The US has outlined its objectives for a post-Brexit trade deal with the UK. Hallelujah, we're saved. The US said it's going to be a great deal and a tremendous deal with some great and tremendously great things. A lot of people are saying it, believe me.
Believe me, believe me, believe me, believe me, believe me, believe me, believe me. Okay?
No. And everything that Project Fear was saying about doing a deal with the Orange Nightmare has actually turned out to be Project Fact.
Oh, no.
Yes. Because the Americans are demanding greater access to our food markets, where products such as chlorinated chicken and hormone-fed beef are banned under the evil socialist unelected EU rules. The EU are trying to save us. How dare they? Once we're out from under the control of the unelected evil socialist EU, we will be able to enjoy chlorinated chicken, whatever that is. And what is chlorinated chicken when it's at home, I hear you ask? Well, imagine the ideal life and peaceful passing away of a favourite bird in a clean environment where nothing comes between us and a good, wholesome meal. Well, it's the opposite of that. Basically, farmers in America can treat chickens that they slaughter in any dirty and disgusting way that they like that will increase their profits, because they're then allowed to dunk the carcass in a bath of acidified sodium chlorite, or trisodium phosphate, or peroxy acids that will kill any bacteria. And I don't know about you, but I love the smell of peroxy acids in the morning. In 2008, the Council of Europe said that the use of antimicrobial chicken rinses containing chlorine... I don't know. Does anybody want to eat a meal that has been washed in antimicrobial rinses?
No.
Didn't think so. This is what we've got to look forward to. In 2008, the Council of Europe said that the use of antimicrobial chicken rinses containing chlorine can lead to the formation of chloro-organic compounds, several of which are persistent, bioaccumulable and carcinogenic. Any idea what that means?
Negative.
It's all bad. In other words, the stuff that they wash the chickens in can cause cancer. And they're hard to get rid of. Carcinogenic is the cancer part. Persistent is the hard to get rid of. And they have a tendency to build up over time when repeatedly absorbed by living organisms, as in you. That's the bioaccumulable... It's a what? It's a bioaccumulable thing. Yeah. But you knew that, right? Oh, you kidding? Bioaccumulable. Any fool know that. But hey, it's just a little cancer. Cancer never hurt no one, did it? Those pesky EU people have been trying to save the lives and protect the health of its citizens, but that doesn't make for boffo profits. So the Americans want all those regulations dropped. Just like Trump dropped the regulations for coal mines to clean the poisonous chemical effluent that they produce during the production of their product before draining it into rivers. You know, pesky regulations like that, which cost a lot of money. People would much rather not clean up their stuff and just squirt it up a river as dirty as it came out the foundry. Or the factory, or the mine. It's clearing stuff up what cuts into the bottom line. And people with the means of production in America, they don't like that. So Uncle Donny has been getting rid of regulations. It's a bonfire of regulations. Excellent. We'll be joining in soon. Thank goodness. And I'm sure that we'll all be able to share in the profits. Yeah. Less regulations make more profits. And so what if a lot of poor people get ill and die? They should have taken the precaution of being left a vast sum by their father. Like Donny.
I make $400 million a year, so what difference does it make?
Yeah, sure you do, Donny. The Trump administration wants to eliminate or reduce barriers for U.S. agricultural products, which means that the agricultural industry in this country, if I had the Death March to hand, I'd be playing it right now. So this will have to do. It does actually sound like someone's died, doesn't it? It actually sounds like the kind of music that they play while sashaying a funeral march up Bourbon Street in Narlands. Don't it? A little bit. The Trump administration wants to eliminate or reduce barriers for U.S. agricultural products. It's also looking to remove unwanted barriers relating to sanitary standards in the farm industry. And who would want sanitary barriers in the farm industry apart from anyone who ever ate anything that came from a farm? You know, we've been down this road and we were promised up and down that this wasn't going to happen. In pretty much the same breath that Theresa May told us that we weren't going to rush to the bottom and make ourselves a tax haven, you know, for the international criminal super rich. Yes, we will. Yes, we will. Yes, we will. And they said, we're not going to reduce our standards. Why would anybody think that? There it is in black and white. That's what we're looking at. The UK Environment Secretary, Michael... You remember Michael Gove, don't you?
No!
Yes, that's him. He's repeatedly said that British food standards are going to remain the same, if not be better than they currently are. Does anybody believe that?
No.
Why do they keep saying this stuff over and over again? We don't believe you. And it's not going to be such that our food standards will remain the same, if not get better. Not if we want a huge and tremendous deal with Donald Trump, they won't. The US wants us to drop our objections to poisonous pesticides and chlorine and hormones. And you know what? If we do, to food that we import into this country, then our farmers are going to have to follow suit. Otherwise, they'll just get wiped out. They won't be able to compete in price terms with cheap imports. And let's face it, the only thing that the British consumer is remotely interested in is price. We don't care about anything else. That's true. And you can raise a finger of complaint and say, I once bought an organic cabbage. Well, just look at the amount of shelf space that your local supermarket gives over to organic food. Practically invisible. That's because the market for organics, even in a top person's store like Waitrose, I think it's only about 5%, something like that. Almost nothing at all. Can you see the halo surrounding me right now?
No.
I do buy organic when it comes to meat. Definitely because I think that it probably means that the animal concerned will have had a happier life up until, but not including the point at which it gets shot in the head. It probably didn't enjoy that part. But up to that part, I would expect that it being organic, it would have a better life. That is my expectation. You know, with eggs and chicken and, beef. Other meats are available. But it's just me, pretty much. Me and me alone. A couple of people in Surrey, that's it. The only thing we're interested in is price. And we know from experience that we will not look at two goods. One which will save a British industry and one which comes from a place where they skip the regulations that we have and they maltreat their workers and they pay them practically nothing at all. We will always go for the latter because it's cheaper and we don't give a damn about British industry. We just don't care. And the evidence is we don't make anything anymore. There's no such thing as British industry anymore. The only thing that we make, things that we make, mostly cars these days and machines, are for foreign companies. We could have, maintained our own British industries in practically everything you can think of. Except that we didn't want to because we could find it cheaper as an import. So if America gets to flood our market with all this cheap chlorinated hormone pesticide product, And I haven't even mentioned GM yet, because we're going to be experiencing a great amount of GM.
Oh,
no! Then our British farmers are going to have to do the exact same thing, or they're going to get wiped out. Unfortunately, it's catch-22, because when our British farmers do follow suit, because they're going to get wiped out by cheap US imports, that means that we won't be able to sell our farm produce to the EU, because they have much stronger standards than America. And that means that in itself is going to wipe out our farming industry in this country. It's a tricky position they're in, ain't it? Either way, we're going to be waving a ta-ta to the farming industry.
Bye-bye.
Nice to know you. But like I said, chlorinated chicken isn't half of it. There's man-made growth hormones in cattle, unlabeled genetically modified foods, antibiotics. Oh, they've got loads of them. Pesticides that kill bees. And if bees die, then we all die. It's basically a lot of methods of production that are used in America to produce food at maximum profit that people might not eat if only they knew what went into them. They would not want that. If they knew what went into them, they wouldn't want those foods into them. A former Conservative Environment Minister just a couple of months ago said that food safety in the UK and public confidence in it would be placed at risk if the government pursued a free trade agreement with the United States of America. Lord Debon, now chairman of the Committee on Climate Change, says food safety is a huge issue. He says if imports of US standard food were allowed, you would have a huge decline in food safety. Plus, I mean, I know we're not svelte in this country now, but have you seen America lately? There's something gone wrong over there. President Donald Trump, well, that is a phrase that'll never seem right. President Donald Trump.
I'm president. Can you believe it?
No, still getting used to it. President Trump has demanded better terms of trade, saying poor deals have cost the UK millions of jobs. It's stuff that guy says. How can anybody take him seriously, apart from the toothless, drooling yeehaws in the Make America White Again hats? And I mean that in the nicest possible way. The Americans, also want the commitments from us not to impose custom duties on digital products, which I think means, see, we're gaining back control from the EU, whatever that means. See Nigel Farage for further details. And we're giving it to America. I think that we'd be better off, even though we're not taking orders from the European Union. Please don't call and tell me that we are. I think we would be much, even if we were taking orders from the evil EU, we'd be better off than we were taking orders from Ancient Orange in the White House. Even he would say that things have got totally out of control over there.
It has gotten totally out of control.
It also wants guarantees on currency. The Americans are going to insist that we avoid manipulating our exchange rates in order to prevent an effective balance of payments adjustment or to gain unfair competitive advantage. Wow. So where is this freedom that everybody's been promising us? UKIP promised us all these freedoms.
The arguments that UKIP stands for aren't valid.
If you say so, Nige. It wants us to guarantee America that we won't manipulate the value of our currency. No, we won't be joining the EU. We'll be joining the dollar. It was one of the main reasons why the Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership, the US and the EU, couldn't agree on, because America wanted Europe to loosen its food standards and take orders. And the EU said no. But we won't be in a position to say no. I mean, if we think that alone and desperate for deals, as we will be after leaving the huge negotiating might of the EU, over 500 million people of the European Union, the little old Britain will be able to strong-arm trade deals that are better than we're enjoying at the minute as part of the EU, then we're deluded. But there's a lot of delusion about. Cornwall. Hello, Sandra.
Hello.
Sandra.
Yes, that's right. I hope. I've just got some very good news that I saw yesterday.
Oh, well, thank goodness for that.
Well, it is better.
You called just in time, Sandra. Good news. Lay it on me, baby.
All right, on Bloomberg yesterday morning, and you can check it out. I'm sorry I haven't got the country, but I think it might be Sweden. They've got an investment fund of 1 trillion euros, and they have said they will invest billions in Britain, whether we stay or leave the EU.
Yeah.
That's all I've got to say. I thought it sounded quite cheerful. But I do have some rather sad news.
How many billions?
I don't know, billions.
Well, how many?
I don't know, it didn't say.
Well, is it 1 or 100?
I don't know.
Is it 1,000 billion?
Just a minute, they just said that they're investing in this country because they consider we've got a great future, whether we leave or stay.
Well, there's a whole country full of people that will need to eat and buy stuff. I mean, nobody's suggesting that we're going to burst into flames, flip upside down and sink.
Anything, isn't it?
Well, I don't know. It depends how much we're talking about, Sandra.
Well, why don't you ring up Bloomberg and get more details?
Oh, homework? Oh, but miss, it's the weekend.
Oh, they'll be available.
What? I don't care about them. I'm talking about me.
Oh, dear.
You're calling up and giving me homework. Can you believe that?
Well, I'll give you something else to cheer you up.
Yes.
Today, Constance Hunter, KPMG chief economist, said on Bloomberg there's a lot to be concerned about in terms of Europe's growth outlook.
A lot to be concerned about in terms of Europe's growth outlook.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Is that supposed to cheer me up?
Well, you see, you weren't very cheered by the other bit, were you?
Well, no, because there was no detail there. You said they're going they're going to give us, not give us, they're going to invest some money here, presumably looking for a profit, but you've got no idea how much.
Well, of course I haven't, unless the television, unless the news tells you. But at least it must be some considerable amount of money.
Well, is it...
Just invest $1 billion, for goodness sake. They've got 700 and something billion to invest.
Well, are we going to get all of it?
I've no idea. My estimated guess is probably about 100 billion.
Estimated? In other words, you just pulled that number out of the air because it was nice and round.
Not particularly.
Yes, you did. You just admitted that you had no idea what number, and then you just pulled 100 million out of the air. Billion.
Just a thought. I bet it would be.
I bet it would be. That's an absolutely ridiculous thing to say, Sandra. This call started okay-ish, and it's just got worse with every syllable that you've uttered. There's a country, you don't know which one it is, but it's going to invest a lot of money in this country, but you don't know how much. Isn't that great news? It's no news at all. Is this country actually still in existence, Sandra, or is this entire thing a part of your imagination? I suppose we'll never know. Pete says, I'm going on the march to leave as I need to lose some weight, and I consider £50 to be a bargain for a couple of nights of top-notch bed and breakfast. And I get some decent outdoor weather clothes thrown into the bargain. Wait a minute. I've only just found out that you're going to get charged to go on this march. Nigel Farage is charging Leave protesters £50 to join him on a walk to London. Fee covers accommodation, dinner and an official kit for the rally that culminates on the day Britain leaves the EU. How are you going to... This is The Independent. Leave supporters who want to join Nigel Farage's march against Theresa May's Brexit approach are being charged £50. What? Core marchers, those who walk for more than 2 days, will have to make the one-off payment which covers accommodation, dinner and breakfast. Blimey, what are they going to give you for £50? A tent and a sandwich. Other supporters can join the event for free as cheerleaders. What with pom-poms and short skirts and everything. But they're going to have to fund their own accommodation if away from home overnight. You're going to have to fund it yourself. The £50 also pays for an official kit including a coat, a beanie hat, gloves, a T-shirt and a water bottle. All for £50. But they'll be emblazoned with embarrassing phrases that you won't want to be seen out in public with. Not after the march. Bet you don't. Uncle Nige is going to be leading activists marching from Sunderland to London on the 16th to the 29th of March. I bet there's not one single person that marches the entire route. The Brexit betrayal event organised by Leave Means Leave will culminate in a rally in Parliament Square on the day that Britain is due to leave the EU. And you'll be able to avoid them because they'll all be wearing the same blooming thing. Oh, God. What a way to run a country.
Dreadful.
Isn't it awful? Emma says, makes me glad I've gone a pescatarian. Brexit's going to kill our food supplies. Well, I prefer my food dead. I don't know about you. It's wrestling them to death on the plate what concerns me the most. I prefer dead on arrival. And I'm sorry if that makes you feel uncomfortable. Dave says, I've been to Dubai recently working in hospitality, and all the hotel general managers there are rubbing their hands with the investment that they'll pour into the UK after Brexit. Every single one mentioned they're pouring the entire pension fund into the UK in some form. I hope they like Marmite and Greggs, it's all we make. What are you talking about? Hotel general managers are going to be pouring investment into the UK. What, the guy on the desk that sends up a sandwich? That guy? Farnham. Oh, hang on a minute. Hey, Martin, can you wait till after the news?
Of course, Nick, yeah.
Okay, excellent. So, another satisfied customer. It's very polite. I've been to Dubai recently working in hospitality, and all the hotel general managers are rubbing their hands with the investment they'll pour into the UK. What? It's the silliest thing I've ever heard. A hotel general manager is the guy that chooses the teacups and makes sure that the rooms are clean. What investment? God, this is getting desperate, folks. Johnny says, I don't eat dodgy meat now and I won't after Brexit. The EU didn't help us much during the horse meat scandal, did it? I love the taste of horse meat in the morning. It tastes a bit like chicken. He says, just sourcing your meat from a trustworthy local butcher. It seems so, seems so simple to me, I must be missing something. If all you care about is price, you deserve to eat rubbish, he says, emphasising the word rubbish. The great British public is only concerned about price. That's the only thing we care about. And the evidence is all about. The evidence is the high street, the death of. The evidence is that that there's no such thing as a British car anymore. Need I go on? Well, it's all about placating the tangerine scream in the White House, Donny. Have you met him? 0345 6060 973. Oh, he's going to be furious because he's regularly getting his bottom spanked by a little old lady called Nancy Pelosi. Over and over and over again. He loses and loses. You're going to get so tired of winning. Now he's been taken to the cleaners by Kim Jong-un. He's going to be furious. He's looking for a win. He's going to be making America great again by making us suffer. Farnham, thanks for waiting, Martin.
That's okay, Nick. Yeah, the world seems to work fine outside of the EU. 19 out of the 20 people, well, 19 out of 20 people on the planet are outside of the EU. And if Britain makes its own laws, it can decide on the types of food that it imports.
Only if the people that we are importing it from agree.
Well, they agree in Australia, they agree in Canada, in Japan, in Singapore. Britain can set its own tariffs outside the EU. So I think we should be optimistic.
Right, but we've just seen the details of what America wants, and there's no optimism involved.
Well, America still trades with Britain, even though the EU hasn't got a trade deal with the US.
That's true, but our market is not open to their agricultural products.
Well, it could be if that's what the
exactly.
Then it can have that. But it doesn't have to, because it's a democracy. And if you don't like the laws, then you vote in different MPs and they change the laws.
No, we don't vote on individual trade deals, Martin.
Well, we vote for politicians that have manifestos.
Every 5 years, yeah.
Yeah, just like how it was before Britain was in the EU.
Right, just like it is now. Just like it is now. Just like it is now, yeah. Well, we're in the EU. It's the same thing.
It's different because you have non-British citizens voting on laws that affect Britain. And that wouldn't happen if Britain left the EU.
No, that's right. We would be subject to the laws of whichever country it was that we were trying to do a trade deal with. And America is a prime example.
But only if the British agreed. You know, I'm going to live in Australia in 3 or 4 months, and Australia agrees to trade with the US on terms that the Australian government agrees to trade with. Nobody forces Australia to, or Japan, or all these other. It's like Britain before the EU.
Yeah, and do you know the results of the free trade agreement that Australia has made with America?
Well, I don't know everything. All I know.
Well, no, I mean, do you know vaguely how it's gone for Australia?
Australia's fine. Australia's the standard of living in Britain.
You mean it's still there?
Australia's lovely. Lots of British people.
It's
like to live
fine.
In Australia.
Oh, okay. Well, as long as you've looked into it. Excellent work. Thanks a lot, Martin. Ta-da, and have a nice trip. Bon voyage, or whatever they say in Australia. The deal that Australia made with America has resulted in Australia importing way more than it used to from America. America has essentially flooded Australia's markets, and the amount of trade that goes in the opposite direction, not even remotely as large an increase. Australians are thinking, well, yeah, it's difficult to see what the upside is, and this is exactly what's going to happen to us. I mean, do you really think that Mr. Make America Great Again is going to do a trade deal that benefits us? I mean, what about how Donald Trump negotiates and carries out business makes you think that? There's only one rule with him. He wins, everybody else loses. There's no win-win with him. Because he has the mindset of the person that he is. He's a con man. And con men think that other people are just like they are. They're always out to con you. And so he thinks that if somebody else doesn't feel aggrieved at the end of a deal, then he has been conned by them. A good deal to Donald Trump, and I'm not making this up, this is what he wrote in that Art of the Deal thing. A good deal to him is where he wins and everybody else loses. Because by that measure, only by that measure, can he be certain that he has not been conned himself. That's how he thinks. He is a con man. His entire life has been a con. It's been one con after the other. And he lies and he lies and he lies. And he just says whatever he thinks will benefit him in that moment in time. He's like a toddler in that regard. And he can't think more than about 5 seconds ahead. And so if you think that we are going to get a great deal that's going to benefit us as well as America, then you're dreaming. I mean, what on earth would make you think that? Steve says, I think that when Brexit comes, we're all going to burst into flames, turn upside down and sink. Really? I'm not sure that's right. John says, will there be Morris dancing on that Brexit march? No. That sounds like fun. There will be no dancing and no music. Turn that racket down. Anth says, you're sounding like you think Brexit will be a bad thing. Will be. It already is. 0345 6060 973. Oh, here's information. Bev says the country referred to earlier is Norway, and they have $1 trillion US in their sovereign wealth fund to invest in the UK. Isn't the lottery owned by the Norwegian Teachers Pension Fund or something? They've done particularly well. You know, what with all the, all the industry in Norway that makes, I have no idea. What do they make in Norway? Hygge. They've got hot hygge raining all over themselves. Anyway, Bev says they haven't specifically stated how much will come to the UK, but they are already one of the biggest investors in our assets and have stated that they will significantly increase their investment after Brexit as they have a 30-year plan. Oh, well, thank goodness somebody does. Somebody's got a plan. I mean, it's not us, but, at least someone does.
Oh, fabulous.
Yeah, so the country is Norway, and they've got money, and they're going to invest in the UK, but we don't know how much or when. It's a great result. Hallelujah. Let there be Morris dancing. Let's have Bedminster. Hello, Joe.
Hello, thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for making your call.
Thank you. Well...
No, thank you.
Thank you.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, my views on Brexit, I am sick to high heaven. Hard Brexit, soft Brexit. I don't give a monkey's anymore.
Right, okay, well, thanks for the call, Joe. 0345 6060 973. What was the point of that call? I mean, he was waiting for ages to tell me that. Doesn't care. How can you not care? He said...
I don't care.
How can you not care? How can you not care where this country is going? What kind of treasonous talk is that? People who think like that should be punished. 0345 6060 973. Oh, let me remind you about my excellent Super Soaraway podcast. They are available right now. The latest edition had dogs walking, and I include some of my favourite calls. That, in fact, may be one of my favourite calls. Yeah, I bet my glamorous assistant wants to pass that one to me, and I'll stick that at the end of my podcast. Shortest call ever, and it lasted not a moment too long. At the end of the podcast that I've just put up is 2 calls, one of which is from a nice lady who has a conspiracy theory about everything. And I mean everything. And I tried to dissuade her of some of her opinion with absolutely no success of any kind whatsoever. And the other was from a brilliant guy who called from Germany during the A to Z of 2018 when I was doing that over Christmas period. And we were at the letter D, and he called up with a suggestion about something that had just been invented regarding artificial intelligence. He was... Gareth says, you're happy for the EU to flood our market with imports, but you don't want imports from America. Listen to yourself and stop talking tribe. See if you read this one. Well, I will not. Gareth, you're not listening to a single word I'm saying, are you? We're fine with the EU's food. It's America's food that presents a health problem. And all you have to do is to look at Americans to see what I'm talking about. I mean, is it just slightly possible that all of the growth hormones that they pump into their meats have a similar effect on their people? For instance. What a stupid thing to say. Are you listening to your... But you're not listening to me, Gareth. Happy for the EU to flood our market. But you don't want imports from America. That's because the standards are different. Hello? Is this thing on? David says, I don't think we should have paid £33 million to Eurotunnel. We should have listened to Boris Johnson and built a bridge. Yeah, the problem with that is that we would have had to call it the Boris Bridge.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Anything that begins with B that has anything to do with Boris is the Boris whatever. Apart from the Boris Island, which didn't begin with B, but it was Boris Bikes and Boris this and Boris that. And, ugh. Craig says, Farage and his minions on the march will be feasting endlessly on all the fish, he says, we're going to take back control of when we leave. He's going to go reverse fishing again. He's going to hire a boat and throw dead fish into the water. It's not the way you do it, Nige. Only a nutcase would do that.
I'm a nutcase.
0345 6060 973. Dagenham. Verrill. Hang on a minute, I've done that wrong. Wait one moment. Verrill.
Yeah, it's me.
Yes, sir.
Do you know where Nigel is right now?
I don't.
He's in America.
Ah, well.
As soon as he finished his show yesterday, he says, I'm going to meet the Donald. And I'm making a speech in America with the Donald.
Right.
Why is he running over to America every time?
Well, why don't you call him? He does a show here 5 days a week.
I do call him, but he don't like me.
Right.
because I tell him the truth. Is he doesn't like he don't like the truth. Have you ever seen the size of these people in America? How big they are?
They're even bigger than we are.
Exactly. And I don't know what they're eating over there, but whatever it is, something wrong with them chicken, mate. I'm telling you.
There's something wrong with the food in America. Those people are being poisoned. I've said this for years now.
Exactly.
We are all being poisoned, and the less of that poison we have in the food chain in this country, the better.
It's true. I've got relatives living in America, in Florida and in Miami, and they all tell me the type of stuff that's going on over there is disgusting. My brother is trying to come to live in England, and he don't know what he's gonna do. He said he hates it over there.
Well, he's going to have to buy 2 seats on the plane and slim down when he gets here. Yeah.
No. It's really bad. Does Britain really think that America cares about us? Donald Trump don't care about nobody but Donald Trump. That's why he loves the poor people. He says, I love the poor people.
No, he didn't say I love the poor people. He said, I love the poorly educated people.
Well, the same thing.
Well, in a lot of cases, yeah.
I love the poorly educated.
I love the poorly educated, he said, on stage to a crowd of poorly educated people, and they whooped and cheered. Morons. We're surrounded by morons. Thanks a lot, Beryl. Got to go. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, that is... How can anybody not be concerned about that? But I think that we have divided down the line of you're either a left-wing person or a right-wing person. You're a Leaver or a Ramona. And that goes for everything now. I was talking about this the other week, and nobody disagreed with me. People who support leaving also seem to support Donald Trump, just regardless of what he does. Doesn't really matter. He's a right-wing person. Therefore, I believe in Donald Trump and everything that he does. And we should just allow him to take control over this country, which is basically what's going to happen. We want a trade deal with America. He's going to take control over this country. And the difference between that and being in the EU is that we will have no control. He wants us to guarantee that we won't manipulate our own currency. Which part of that is getting our country back? If the American farming industry has full access to our markets, then British farmers will be out of business within the month. It'll be over. And our supermarket shelves will be groaning with stuff that has made Americans the physical... The physical... What the hell's the word I'm looking for? The people that they are. I just can't think of it. Kevin says, you are forever bashing Donald Trump and being rude towards him, but he is a billionaire and he is the president. I'm not either of those titles, and neither are you. Oh, God. It's worse than I thought. I think, Kevin, your argument, you could have shortened it to no. Jeez, these people are voting. These people are reproducing. No. Don't do it. Please, for the benefit of humankind, do not reproduce. There should be a test. You should have to pass a test of some kind, mental and physical. You should have to recite your 9 times table while running a mile in 5 minutes or under. Something like that. It should be the law in this country. Chatham, Maria.
Oh, hello, Nick.
Maria.
Well, I could do the 9 times table, but I don't think I could do the mile. Well, I was ringing up really to agree with you. I agree with everything you're saying. I think it's the biggest act of self-harm a country's inflicting on itself to leave the EU, personally. And they're already saying on the news tonight how much more expensive fruit and vegetables are going to be because of hold-ups and so on, and the fact it can't be stockpiled, etc. So I just can't believe all these people saying it's going to be good and we're taking back control and this. And as for Norway investing, I think because we'd be in a weak position and needy, they'll be doing it all for their advantage and not ours.
Well, of course. Yeah, I mean, that goes without saying. Norway's, I think they're canny investors. I don't know how they've managed to acquire so much money. That's very suspicious. Somebody should look into it. Because what do they do for a living?
go fishing.
Well, there must be something else.
Don't they hunt whales?
Do they?
I don't know. I thought they did.
Well, there can't be that much money in whale hunting.
No. Oh, and I thought you might be interested. Nigel Farage has got his march, but there's a march on the 23rd, which I'll go on. It's about a referendum, but really I'm going because I don't want to leave the EU. And there's one on the 10th about pets, dog owners and people like that, because of the problems of taking your pet across with passports, etc. All that's going to be up in the air.
Is it?
Yeah, well, apparently, yes. Because at the moment you can just get a vet to vaccinate your dog and you get a certificate or something and you can take your dog across to Europe. But all these, it's like so many of these agreements will all be void and they'll all have to be renegotiated.
Well, that's okay, Maria. Our excellent government is superb at negotiating deals.
Well, we haven't. Well, I just can't believe we're going to go through with it. I really can't. I'm dreading it. This
last 2 years has just been the two most ridiculous years in the history of British politics. I mean, really, what the hell are we like? If it weren't for the kaleidoscopic clown show going on in America, we would be the laughing stock of the world.
Oh, shut up!
Thank you, Donny, for being you.
I think we are. We're sharing it.
No, he takes a lot of the spotlight, fortunately. Every waking utterance and move takes the spotlight off us. So fortunately, we have him.
Oh, I suppose there's that. But anyway, I'm just hoping it will be postponed or something will turn up.
Oh, postponed? You know what that means, Maria? That means more talking about it.
Yeah, well, while we're talking about it, we're not doing it.
Well, I suppose so, yeah. All right, thanks a lot.
Right.
Cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. Ted says, you're embarrassingly obvious in your preference for being pro-EU. Well, what's embarrassing about that? Why is that embarrassing? He says, you made no effort to listen to the Aussie caller. Yes, I did. He wasn't saying anything. His argument was there are people outside of the European Union and they're doing well. But I don't know what that means. Based on what? But where specifically? And that Australia is doing well. Really? By what measure? And they're doing excellently well trading with the US. And I asked what evidence he has of that, and then there was none. So his entire argument was, there are countries outside of the EU, the end. Anyway, Ted says you gave zero evidence to support your opinion. No, I didn't. I did give evidence. He says, you should be embarrassed to have someone like Nick Abbott, spelt wrong, on your show who cuts people off before they can even elaborate shocking journalism. Well, I'm not a journalist, for a start. And there was no elaboration. His argument was utterly specious and completely... It's just waffle. I mean, wind back the tape. What did he actually say? He said that there are something like 19 out of 20 people on Earth are not in the European Union, and they're doing fine. I think that's exactly what he said, which is completely meaningless. What does that mean? You mean they're alive? Is that all we aspire to now? Being alive? Well, the good news is that most of us will be alive after we leave the European Union. Until the point at which we die. And then we won't be alive anymore. So there's something to look forward to.
Be frank with each other.
Yeah, frankly, John says, is Farage going to be marching all the way? Oxford brogues will be torturous. I'd recommend Doc Martens or a nice pair of soft leather mule slippers. I'd like to see Nigel Farage in a soft pair of mule slippers. And nothing else.
Disgusting.
This says Brexit, spelt B-R-E-G-Z-I-T. Brexit is like weeing on the floor at a party because nobody is talking to you and then moaning about the stench. Well, that's not very nice, is it? Weeing on the floor? David says, I'm convinced our supplies will be shipped to us via Boris boats. Oh, yeah, probably. If he has anything to do with it, it's going to be a Boris boat. What a catastrophe that whole ferry thing has been. I mean, who could have predicted that it wouldn't be a great idea to negotiate a contract with a company to provide boats that doesn't have any boats? I mean, I know they can hire boats and all that, but it doesn't inspire confidence, does it? No, not really. Graham says, it looks like the Ramona's tantrums have worn us all down and they'll get their own way after all. It just goes to show throwing toys out of the pram works. Yeah, I think it's the other way around. I mean, I know I'm biased, but so is everybody else. So is everybody else. But I think the intemperate remarks usually come from the other side. I mean, hence, he provides his own proof by using the word Ramonas, thereby consigning over half of the population to being a Mona. And it is over half, by the way. I looked up the polls of the polls of the polls, and I think since the referendum, as far as I could tell, only 2 polls have actually confirmed the result of the referendum among 60. 58 polls actually had it the other way around. And the gap between Ramonas and Leavers has increased all the while. Leavers going down and Ramonas going up. So I think that wise heads are prevailing. I think that we will go out because the Leaver fraternity, the fundamentalist Brexiteer ultras, they keep threatening that there's going to be riots. I mean, talk about Project Fear. I don't think that any Ramona has claimed that there's going to be riots on the streets if they don't get their way. But Leavers do exactly that. That's precisely what they're over and over again. Oh, well, you better not give us what we want, or we'll scream and scream and scream till we're thick. Steph says, I went to the Indiana State Fair and I saw the largest bowl of grits in the world. It was the size of a grain silo and regarded as a major culinary feat of American cuisine. Yuck, says Steph. Grits. I do like a nice bowl of grits in the morning. I have no idea what that is. But I'm sure it tastes bland. Camberley. Hello, Alan.
Mate, I've had a bit of grits in my life.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I went to Florida and it's bland as in dust.
Yeah, it's sort of like porridge, but not as nice, isn't it?
It's awful, man. You need to like chuck a whole heap of like butter and bacon and sausage and bit of salt, bit of pepper, and anything else.
Yeah, in fact, just give me the bacon and the sausage and hold the grits.
You know what? But I went there because I was like, I've got to try some grits in it. You know, because like you go over there, you think I'll try it.
Yeah.
And it was an experience. I did it in a little diner, and it was all very classic, but it was very disappointing overall. But I've got to say, all American food is pretty flipping disgusting. I'll be honest. Right? I'm not a big fan.
No, I'm not really a big fan of mass market American foods anymore, really. I'm a big fan of mass market British foods. I mean, if you go down the bread aisle of any supermarket, practically everything that is available is just white foam. It's just tasteless rubbish. Mass market produced food is not the best of its type.
Obviously not. And if you think about it, right, people will spend £20 on a bottle of like whiskey or something like that.
Yeah.
Right? And maybe a vodka, tenner, whatever.
Tequila. Now we're talking.
Shot. Right? It has some of that. But you wouldn't spend another £20. What it is, right, I think the whole thing is, right, if you look at why Brexit has occurred, right, it's because of political apathy, right? You've got political apathy because people are tired of being lied to, yeah? What you have is a continual cycle of boom, bust. When, like, the boom occurs, right, that everyone feels like they're doing well, right? Then you get a bust. You get loads of people that are poor, middle class, lose their jobs, this, that, and the other, right? And the ultra-rich, what they do is they buy all the stuff really, really cheap because now it's almost worthless, right? And then, right, they start selling it for a bit more. And then people in the middle class and all that stuff, oh, they go buy a bit more of that. They go, woo! things are going really cool, man, right? And that's called the economy booming again, right? And they do that again, do it again until bust. And what happens is that continual cycle has created it, right? And now people are absolutely seething, right? Because the situation is awful, right? So you're talking about people like this. This is why
I should just interject at this point that Alan from Camberley is the Oxford Professor of Economics.
Dude, I know everything, right?
I'm glad you called. I think what you're describing is just waves. I mean, pretty much everything that you can think of on a large level, like the seas, or a tiny level, like It's one of the constants of the universe. Waves. It comes and it goes. It ebbs and it flows. And the economy is just the same. And if you look at the last 100 years or so, it's just up and down and up and down and up and down and up and down. But what's happened since about the 1960s is that whereas, as you described, the people used to felt good in times of boom because the wealth was spread around more evenly. But it's not now, and hasn't been since about certainly since the Big Bang, but further back than that, since about the late 60s, the 1970s, something like that. Since when, almost nobody's had a pay rise, not in real terms. The wealth that has been created has not been shared out as evenly as it used to be. I mean, the bosses of major corporations used to get 40 times the average salary of the people that work for them, which is a lot of money. I mean, 40 times your average salary. I mean, who would really reasonably expect to earn more than that? Apart from, these days, everybody that has anything to do with setting their own wage, which is, of course, a very small word, which denotes a small amount of money, which is not suitable for them. Their income is called remuneration, a very long word, which denotes a lot of zeros on the end of what they earn. And they earn that much because they set their own wage. If not directly, then by remuneration committees, which are stuffed full of people just like them who want to set a precedent so that when their remuneration committee sits, they can say, well, that guy over there, he's earning £10 million a year with a £100 million bonus. So I must be worth that, being as I'm occupying one of the C suites, the chief executive suites on the top floor. That's the reason that people are annoyed, is because things have gone up and down. It's just that the ordinary person's income, wealth, has not gone up as the economy has gone up. We've all been left behind, trailing in the wake of increasingly fabulously rich millionaires and billionaires. And one of the reasons is that... please, I know that there will be people reaching for the phone to tell me, this is just the politics of envy. Morons. Just stop right there. Don't do it. Useful idiots, Stalin called people like that, who are willingly voting against their best interests. It's incredible. But I can't remember where I was now. What was I talking about? He's saying, got no idea. It was essentially the disproportionate sharing out of the wealth that all of us create. Because income is taxed, but the rich don't accrue wealth through income. They accrue wealth through assets, land, paintings, housing, that kind of thing, assets. And the price of assets has gone through the roof because there's a significant number of people who have accumulated vast sums of money, which, if it's based on assets, which is where the super rich have all of their money, they don't keep it in cash and they don't acquire it in income. They acquire it through the increase in value of the assets that they hold. It's unearned income, and that's not taxed. Not really. Not like income is taxed. That's the reason why people are annoyed, because they've been left behind. And now, of course, with the information revolution, we see the evidence of the riches, whereas previously we really didn't. In the 1970s, you didn't really, you weren't really aware of the lifestyles of the rich and shameless, other than by watching Dallas. And they didn't look that rich. You ever see Dallas these days? They look, relatively poor as far as things go. The standards that we've got these days. But now, of course, there's no end. Instagram is full of people showing off how fabulous their lifestyles are, and Twitter and Facebook and on and on. And so, they just rub it in your face. And it looks like everybody's doing well except you. You've been left out. And this is why people are annoyed. And they've been persuaded by oily charlatans and second-hand car salesmen and Arthur Daley types to vote against their best interests. And I suppose they'll find out eventually, although I expect that when the chickens do come home to roost, they will be still blaming something else. Oh, it's because the EU were mean to us when they were doing a deal. That's why we're poor. And it'll be, and on and on. Maybe it'll be my fault. And I would like to apologise ahead of time. I am very sorry. You don't know how sorry I am.
No, I just wanted to really say that I love you. I respect you. There's nobody I respect more. You're going to do a fantastic job.
Thanks a lot, Donny. Kim Jong-un sends all his best. Angela says, when we holidayed in the Deep South last year, there was a fresh pot of grits every morning on the breakfast buffet. It looked like vomit. Vomit. I love the smell of vomit in the morning. I think I've had grits, and they didn't seem to taste or smell of anything. It was just like a bowl of beige. And most American food is beige. It's that colour. It's a sort of a browny. But I don't like brown. I mean, really, no wonder they have a health problem in America. For breakfast, they have pancakes and syrup. It's a large stack of dough with liquid sugar poured all over it. Hey, America, try a salad once in a while. Lewisham, hello, Hannah.
Oh, hello, Nick.
Hannah.
Hi. If you carry on in this vein, you'll be getting complaints about yet another Trump-thumping, bashing programme. They'll be ringing in and moaning. And
I haven't even started yet.
Actually, I rang in. I thought to myself, oh, Lord, I do not want to discuss Brexit, because in 2 short years I've had a lifetime fill of it. But I had this great urge to support Gareth, who wrote that... Gareth, I think he wrote saying you're happy to have EU flood us with products, but not the US. And you said...
Exactly.
And you said he hadn't got the point, i.e. EU protects its citizens from Frankenstein foods.
Correct.
But US doesn't.
Bingo.
And US wants us to be force-fed with chlorinated chicken and perhaps make pate out of us.
Make pate out of us?
Yes. I mean, like,
right. People, you're eating people.
Well, I think Gareth had a point, Nick. And
no,
I
he
think
didn't.
You were a bit harsh on him.
Who, me?
Yeah, because I think he was probably whining about EU flooding us with bendy or straight bananas.
Oh, God.
I don't know which types he was moaning and groaning about, but quite frankly, he has got...
Yeah, hey, Graham.
Stop whining. Don't you think he has cause for complaint?
About bananas? You are joking, of course.
Well, precisely. But... he's the type of person who probably is. I'm not joking. He probably is. He probably did mean, at the back of his mind, I don't want either straight or bendy bananas, and to be told by EU, you've got to have squiggly shaped, zigzag shaped bananas.
Right. Tied in knots.
And tied in knots, yeah.
Okay, all right. You've given us a lot to think about. Thanks a lot, Hannah. Cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. Joey from the EU says, why don't you advocate Theresa May's deal to your colleague Rees-Mogg so we can at least enjoy our transition period in peace? Oh, there's the stuff that's happening. I don't know if I've only got a 3-hour show. How am I going to fit it all in? We may be getting a second referendum, but who in their right mind would want one?
We should have a second referendum.
Here's a call in Camberley. Hello, Ben.
Hello.
Ben.
Hi. My point is I voted Leave. Can't stand Donald Trump. So that's not necessarily true. We don't all like Donald Trump. But I
was making a generalisation, of course. You can't disprove a generalisation by citing a specific example.
No, I totally understand. He scares me like you wouldn't believe. And I hate the way that Brexit is going. But my reason for voting Brexit, and a lot of people really understand my reason for voting to leave, was because I lived in Cyprus. I was there for 8 years. I was there I moved there just before they joined the EU, and then I was there when we joined the EU, and for several years after. I don't know if you know, but Cyprus had a massive crash in their banking system a few years ago, and the EU very kindly closed our banks for a week or so, and then any business, rather than actually dealing with it and looking after the countries within the EU that they were supposed to and helping and supporting, they took 50% of all of our money from any business which was approved by the EU, and they told them that that was the correct way to do things. And we had no choice over this. The banks were closed.
Why did the banks crash?
Because of previous problems with Cyprus. It wasn't anything to do with the EU. They did struggle joining the EU because they had just had a massive influx of European nationals. So there was a massive influx. Cypriots just didn't want to work anymore because they...
I hear this sort of thing about the Greek economy as well. They say it's the evil the European Union that has done us down. But there was a slight problem with actually, working and paying taxes. That they think that they can just carry on forever, not working and not paying taxes.
Yeah, it's such a small place, but they just wanted to. They wanted to own businesses, and then everybody else working for them. Cyprus was such a unique place. They had a lovely atmosphere because Cypriots were fantastic and making you feel welcome. And then all of a sudden, that was taken away because it was just European. Which was the idea of the European Union. But seeing that from that side of it, as I said, I had 29 staff, and we had.
So Cyprus was. Run that by me again. So Cyprus was all about making people welcome.
Yep.
And then after they joined the EU, the EU didn't allow them to do that? Is that what you said?
No, I'm not saying the EU... No, definitely nothing. It's nothing. My problem with the EU is the fact that their solution, rather than using the money that they take from all of the richer countries within the EU to help Cyprus get through that problem, they decided to put it back to us as business owners, and they took 50% of our money. Anything that we had in our account, we had no say over it. They took that to recover the country.
Right, so Cyprus had to pay its own way?
In a way, yeah. But
okay, so I don't really see the problem.
So you don't see the problem?
Well, see, now, if we, in this country, had to pay Cyprus's bills, how would people in this country have felt about that?
Well, I get the point.
I mean, as a country, if you run up bills, then why should another country come and pay them for you?
Because Cyprus was given the impression...
That they would?
Not that they would, but the EU would assist them, because Cyprus was always run...
But when you say assist, you mean pay for? No, other countries should pay for your debts?
To help them to understand how they could get themselves out of those problems, because they knew that they were in those problems. When Cyprus was going back years ago in Cyprus, when they had what they call the invasion from the Turks and everything, they had so many problems. And everyone was receiving lots of money to try and generate and build up the country and generate businesses.
From who were they receiving all this money?
I got to be honest, I don't quite know. But there was, from my understanding, there was an injection of money into the country.
From where, though?
That I really don't know. I can't tell you. I've said I'm not a historian.
But you're giving me all this information as though you are. I mean, it's fairly important. Where did the money come from? But okay, I don't know anything about that, Ben, and it's not really. I don't care, to be honest. I mean, I've been there to Cyprus. It's nice and all. I mean, it's all right. I wouldn't go again, particularly. There's not much there to divert if you're not really interested in just lying on a beach and doing nothing, which I'm not. But anyway, I wish you and Cyprus all the best. Thanks a lot, Ben. Graham says, divide 39 billion by our population of 65 million. What's 39 billion? He says that equals 600 quid for every man, woman and child in the country, and our stupid government want to give it to the EU for nout. Our idiotic opposition would negotiate it for less than nout. What a shower. What a ridiculous thing to say, Graham. It's not for nout, it's for things that we have already agreed to. 2 years later and still people don't have... It's not that they don't know anything, it's that they refuse to take on board any information. It's not ignorance, it's worse than that. It's willful ignorance. It's a refusal, point blank, to learn anything. Richard in Chelsea says, why on earth would anybody buy American food except oranges, and only to annoy Spain because of their stupid demands about Gibraltar? I don't understand. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I am wrong about this and everything else, as a matter of fact. Everything else under the sun. Everything I say, please disregard in every way, shape and form. But how is Gibraltar ours? How are the Falkland Islands ours? I mean, Gibraltar is quite near Spain. You could spit that far. How is it ours? Ditto the Falkland Islands and all the rest of those tiny little insignificant dots in the middle of the sea, which are almost all tax havens now, flying the British flag. Laundering the billions for the international criminal super rich. That's what we do for a living.
What is?
Kath says, I was born in the shadow of the war when Germany and Italy were our enemies. Now they're our friends. I fear Brexit will start the unravelling of the most ambitious peace project of my lifetime. This is the UK's gift to its younger generation. Shameful, says Kath. Yeah, the old folk have given a gift to the young folk that the young folk don't want. It's like a big porridge of grits. Oh, I don't like it. Cheshire. Hello, Alice.
Yes, hello, yes, I entirely agree with that last statement.
Well, you don't like grits?
No, I don't like grits. I don't really know what they are, but they sound horrible.
Don't they just?
They do, yes. Yes. So I'm here, I'm juggling balls, really, so I'll pick up...
Excuse me?
Cyprus. Yes. The money went from the EU to Cyprus, and, of course, unfortunately, Greece, well, they weren't really working hard, they were paying people too much money, putting too much into their pensions and not putting enough back into the EU, so that's number one.
Well, they weren't paying any taxes.
No, they weren't.
I mean, I know that's a generalisation, but that was Greece's problem. You can't provide for the people if they don't pay taxes.
No, absolutely, and furthermore, there's a theory that, in fact, Margaret Thatcher encouraged, this is getting a bit historical really, but Margaret Thatcher encouraged these other countries to be joining the EU when they weren't really ready to join the EU, and her sort of back channel was to, dismantle the EU because she wasn't keen on it. Anyway, the EU also gave money not just to Cyprus, but, I mean, it gave it to poor areas of this country, to areas that have, sadly, tragically, not knowing their own history to me, voted leave. Like,
it's ironic, ain't it, that the places that voted leave the most are those that are going to suffer the most.
That's absolutely correct, yes. Sunderland, South Wales, all these places. Even here locally, they paid for us to have a bypass round our village, very small.
Yeah, and it's about to get worse, Sunderland. You're about to be visited by Nigel Farage.
Oh, no. Oh, really? Oh, really? Oh, well, my great niece is up there doing medicine, so she'll be sticking
Well,
up.
tell her to batten down the hatches.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. So back to initial Norway. Yeah.
Yes.
The money came from oil, unless somebody else.
Oil, that's right. Yeah, they got loads of it.
Yeah. And of course, they are not in the EU. And some people are proposing that we should have the Norway plan. But of course, Norway are what they call rule takers, not rule makers.
Yeah.
And a lot of people in Norway are very fed up about that. But the difference between them and us is they've got a lot of money, so they can cope with it.
Plus, they have a lot of hot hygge, all that hot hygge action.
Yes, that keeps them going through the winter, doesn't
it? Just, yeah.
Yes.
And and that's why they're happy, because if you could have a lot of hot hygge with a 6-foot Norwegian, you'd be happy too, Alice.
Well, that's taking me back rather a long way, actually, Nick, but I won't go into that one.
Thank you.
So, anyway, back to the Donald. And, of course, one of the big investments he wants to make, investments inverted commas, into this country is into our health service.
Yes, the health service, exactly
which
right.
Is already, unbeknown to, I think, quite a lot of people, one of the many open secrets in this country, enjoying the benefit of investments by Richard Branson stroke Virgin. Not, of course, to our benefit. And I mean, I worked in the health.
Well, that was the idea. I mean, I don't know how he specifically is doing, but that's the idea. Is because I don't know. It's part of the ideology of the Conservative government that the government shouldn't run things. Private enterprise should run things.
Yeah. Well,
it's just
I
that
through that because I worked for the health service for over 35 years and had the misfortune to endure the institution of the market system, which I mean, it's like having a wall with cracks in basically, and the money goes down the cracks of the administration instead of into the healthcare like it should. Because I mean, at the end of the day, there's no profit in health. If the money isn't going into health, it's going into pockets of other people. And when Donald invests in this country, I'm still hoping it won't get there, but I mean, if it does, I mean, it will be to their benefit. It won't be to our benefit.
The only scenario I can see, the only scenario I can see when we leave the European Union is that we're going to go cap in hand to America, and Donald Trump is going to be rubbing his hands with glee because he will be able to get a giant win that he will sell to the slack-jawed yokels that show up at his Make America White Again rallies to say, look at the tremendous deal maker. I've just got Britain on its knees. Theresa May's just crawled across the carpet to kiss my shoes.
Yes, absolutely. Cheapo poisonous food and every other rubbish as well.
Yeah, okay, thanks a lot, Alice. Chin up. Yeah, the US drug firms want to be able to charge the NHS more under this Trump trade plan. Washington has confirmed that it wants any UK-US trade deal to remove any barriers to not only American agricultural products, but also in a 15-page paper, which is too boring to read, so I'll summarise it for you. US drug firms will be able to charge the NHS more. Under the heading Procedural Fairness for Pharmaceuticals and Medical Devices, it says that the US negotiating objective will be to seek standards to ensure that government regulatory reimbursement regimes are transparent, provide procedural fairness, are non-discriminatory, and provide full market access for US products.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and that means we're going to be charged more. God, we'll be like those people in America who have to decide whether they want to eat or take their pills. It's cryingly depressing what is happening with the medical industry in America. It's just plain awful. You know, when you go to the chemist to get your prescription and they charge you, what is it, £8.60 now? Well, in America, it's the actual full amount. And it's the full amount of whatever the medical company wants to charge. And when they see that there is a pill that they've got that people need to take, otherwise they're going to die, they can charge anything they like because they know that people will sell their houses in order to buy those pills. And people are being prescribed medicines that they can't afford to take. And if they can buy them, they're cutting their pills in half and taking half the dose, just so they can afford to eat and take their pills at the same time. I mean, if we take one step along the way to that, then, well, I don't know. It's absolutely pointless me saying any of this, because those who want out at any cost aren't listening. Let's have Stoke Newington. Hello, Keith.
Oh, hello, Nick. Yes, good evening.
Keith.
Yes. You raised your on the finance equity situation. You described
on the what?
Problem, what you were talking about. Everybody. The problems with the rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer.
Oh, yeah.
Basically, that's what you were saying.
Mm-hmm.
So you described that problem quite eloquently, I must say. But the question
that doesn't sound like me.
No, it doesn't at all, I must say. Something was wrong. But the question is, how would you resolve it?
By taxing, by taxing wealth, not income. Well, taxing income, of course, but taxing wealth as well.
Yeah, so you're saying that the rich and company directors should be taxed more than the worker, just for a phrase.
Well, I mean, George Soros has said that. What's his name? Bill Gates from Microsoft has said that. Now, if for those people that think that they're being taxed too little, then I think they've probably got something.
Yeah, but he made his money, isn't he? He's made his money out of being an entrepreneur and a director.
Well, yes, but there's an enormous amount of luck that comes with any success, Keith. People who have achieved success would rather we didn't know that and are loath to admit it. But that's the truth. Luck comes along with all success. And also, success isn't achieved in a vacuum. People like, I don't know, let's say somebody who makes purple vacuum cleaners, for instance, has benefited from the education that taxes in this country provide. It's both personally and their workers. They've benefited from the roads that taxes that people provide. They've benefited from the rule of law that the people's taxes provide. They've benefited from the care, education. Did I mention education? The NHS and so on. Basically, everything that taxes provide in this country has gone into the success of people that make purple vacuum cleaners, for instance. So if a purple vacuum cleaner manufacturer decided after they'd made their money to up sticks and go to a tax haven, that to me seems borderline treasonous. But maybe that's just me.
But you, for example, you said Virgin, Richard Branson.
I didn't mention him.
You did. You mentioned Virgin.
No, I didn't. A caller did.
Oh, did he?
She. But you agreed with her. About what?
About Virgin, Branson, for example, being one of the rich.
Well, he is.
Yes, but he left school when he was 14, dyslexic, and through his entrepreneurial spirit and capability, he's created employment for thousands of people.
You don't think that luck had anything to do with that? If Richard Branson had not heard tubular bells when he was a scrofulous youth, none of this may have happened.
Which tubular bells are you talking about, Nick?
What?
Which tubular bells are you talking about?
There's more than one?
Well, you mentioned he heard them. I'm asking you, which ones did he hear?
What are you talking about? Tubular bells. How many are there?
Well, you said he heard them.
Yeah.
And that was made him rich.
It was the luckiest thing that ever happened to him, and it certainly gave him vast amounts of money at an early stage in his career, which enabled him to go on and build the empire that he did. And it was luck at every turn. I'm not saying that what happened to Richard Branson could have happened to absolutely anybody, but I'm sure that there was a significant number of people who could have made the kind of career that Richard Branson has fashioned for himself, but didn't because of bad luck, because they didn't hear tubular bells. Do you really not know what tubular bells are?
Sounds like a load of bells to me.
Yeah, me too. I tried listening to it once, but I like the bit that goes, How does it go?
Yeah. Something like that, yeah. But the other point I wanted to make, Nick,
yes,
is about related to finance and the EU. Haven't you ever considered the fact that it's really only the large industrialists who are pushing to remain in the EU because they can see that the 500,000 population, or 500 million, whatever it is, in the EU, they know how much taxes they're going to pay over their lifetimes, and therefore they're going to be able to underwrite the foreign debt that Britain owes, the 1.5 trillion. And that's what it's all about. And it's the same industrialists that promoted Hitler because they saw profit in what he was doing.
Whoa. Back up. I mean, I didn't really understand much of what you just said, but I heard the Hitler part. And are you really saying that the people who want to support the European Union are like Hitler?
I didn't say it was like it. No, I didn't say.
Well,
what
it sounded
I said
like
was they saw that promoting Hitler was going to create profits for them, and
so you are comparing the two. It seems like. Well, otherwise, why would you mention Hitler? What's Hitler got to do with it?
Well, it's an example of.
It's a terrible example.
No, it isn't.
People who support the European Union are like Hitler.
No, you're missing the point, or I haven't explained it properly. What I'm saying is that industrialists know we've got this huge foreign debt. We've got 1.5 trillion or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And they can see that the 500 million people within the EU, they know how much taxes they're going to pay over a lifetime.
How can they know that? How can they know that?
Because they base it on population. They know how many people, how much taxes the average person pays in the UK during a lifetime. And so they can see that revenue is going to underwrite the foreign debt.
Why would an industrialist be concerned about the amount of money that the nation owes? Why would they?
Because the foreign, if the EU becomes one, they can see that is going to underwrite the foreign debt that the UK has got.
Well, why would they be concerned about that? And also, how old are these industrialists that they were on Hitler's side? I think they should retire. Put your feet up, ladies and gentlemen. Relax. You deserve it. I got to go, Keith. Apart from anything else, you're making...
Everything is going extremely well.
You bet your life it is. Josh says, I am 60 years of age, and the size and shape and bendiness of bananas has never once been of any concern to me. 60 years old. You made it. Ali says, your bias interpretation of Brexit is absolutely shocking. Why is everybody amazed that anybody has an opinion about anything? I mean, do you read a paper, Ali? Does your paper have an opinion? Everybody's got an opinion. I mean, if you've lived through the last 2 years and you've seen what's going on, I mean, does it look like everything's going very well? No, I am biased in that I don't think it is. I'll go further. I think you'd have to be off your chump to think everything is going really well. But anyway, Ali says your biased interpretation of Brexit is absolutely shocking. Ali's taken a look at it and thought, he or she says 1.4 million people, yes, 1.4 million more vote to leave than remain, and a few hundred politicians can block that. And that's an acceptable face of democracy. Please, please, please explain why the vote will not be enacted. Well, I don't think it will not be enacted. I think it will be enacted. I've never said that it won't be enacted. I've always said the opposite of that. I think we are going to leave the EU. What makes you think we aren't? And besides, it wasn't democracy in action. It was the opposite of that. Democracy implies that people actually had, they were making an informed opinion. They had some idea of what it was they were voting for. Please don't call me and say that you did, because you didn't. Every call will disagree with the previous call about what it is that they thought that they were voting for. If everybody has their own idea of what they were voting for, then by definition, then it was extremely unclear. And then, of course, there was the issue of Russian interference. And we know they did it. We just don't know how much they did it. We know that Russian armies of Russian internet bots sent out billions of emails and messages and all the rest of it, directly targeted to individual people, using vast amounts of computer power and a suspiciously large amount of money. Where that came from, we've got no idea either, because Theresa May doesn't want to look into it, probably because she's frightened about what she'll find out. I don't think it was the acceptable face of democracy. I think it was the opposite of that. It was the bastardization of democracy. But it will happen. Why do you think it will not be enacted? I mean, and apart from anything else, yes, if the majority of politicians who we put in that place to take complicated decisions for us because we don't trust ourselves to do that, then why would we ignore what they think? What's the point of having them if we're not going to trust their judgment? And if we can't trust their judgment, then that's on us because we put them there. God, the whole world's gone insane. The stuff that's going on is just mind-bending. My mind's being bent right now, as a matter of fact. Let's have Brighton. Hello, Joe.
Hi, Nick. A long time I've been listening to you since the TR days with Wild R. Kelly and the rest of them.
Oh, yeah.
Right, I agree with you. I was borderline on this Brexit thing, and you're right about the food. Oh, my gosh, if you go to any American supermarket, you could use the fruit as floodlights for an airport. That's how much dye is in the fruit and the colouring. And you watch the Fox adverts and you see the charity adverts and see the deformities of the children, of the food they're eating. Absolutely atrocious.
Yeah, I don't want anything to do with American food. I've seen it, but of course you can buy organic food. There are artisanal producers of excellent products. I'm absolutely certain of it, but most people don't buy that. The supermarkets that we have in this country may be some of, if not the best in the world. In America, it ain't necessarily so. It's aisle after aisle after aisle of mass-produced, boxed garbage.
Chemical, and you were talking about the medicines, right? Over there for a steroid asthma inhaler, it's almost $200. An EpiPen is $200, and they're trying to bring that system in. You already got them in the physiotherapy clinics around London by private companies. Every time you go there, your physiotherapist is not the same, and they're either training or they're being taken from another practice and don't know the patient. So we've already got the aspect of Americanization of the NHS.
Right, well, I don't know about the physio part. My experience of physiotherapy is that the NHS physios were terrible. I mean, just completely useless. They didn't really know what they were doing. I don't think they didn't seem to be qualified in any way, shape or form. They just put a uniform on with a badge that says physio.
Like Virgin.
No, these were NHS physios. And then I went private, and the kind of physio doesn't actually cost that much.
The ones I went to in Hornsey, they were private, and every time I went back, there was a different person. Right. They didn't know what the last person.
Well, then go to a different one, Joe. I mean, that's the beauty of paying for privately for anything. You can act like a customer rather than. Often, if you go to the NHS, you feel less like a customer, more like an irritant. It's like, oh, well, okay, we can see you in 6 months. We'll send you a letter in the post. Yeah, I don't know, physios. Some are great, some not so. Choose carefully. Thanks, Joe. Richard says, I used to wonder why tomatoes used to last so long when I lived in Phoenix, Arizona. Turned out they were irradiated. Would have been nice to have known or had the choice. And America doesn't like labelling the provenance of its food exports to avoid boycotts. That's exactly what they are, well, I was going to say threatening us with, but promising us.
It's going on.
I don't know. What was that story? Because when she said there's somebody who's been accused of taking drug, a card player has been accused of taking. At first, I thought it was poker, and I thought my mind was racing ahead. I thought, well, what kind of drugs would enable a poker player to play better poker? And I thought maybe a beta blocker, something like that, something to calm you down in periods of great stress. But no, it was steroids. And it was bridge. That's the weirdest story I've ever heard. This in a maelstrom of weird stories. I am stunned. The stuff you hear on this show. James says, have you ever had a job or owned your own business? 3 question marks. What a twerp you are. 4 exclamation marks. What are you talking about, James? What do you think I'm doing now? You think I'm just sitting at home giving out my phone number? This is a job, you idiot. This text says, you assume that peace in Europe is due to the EU, not that the citizens and foreign policies had developed. What? When have I said that? Now you are supporting the belief that the UK is potentially causing an end to peace by wishing to continue being a self-governing democracy, which is what its citizens want and voted for. You are a lefty bigot of the worst type. That's utterly mystifying. What are you talking about, you moron? I never mentioned anything about peace and the EU. I read something about that from a caller who texted in. Not a caller, a listener who texted in. I've never mentioned anything about that. But, you know, the ability of the fundamentalist Brexiteer ultras to be furious about any given issue is unlimited and undimmed. Ipswich, hello, Gary.
Hello, Nick. Peace on you.
Yeah, peace on you too.
Thank you. From a great height. But, did you just say you were stoned?
Stunned.
Stunned? Oh, I thought you were admitting that you were high on drugs.
I am stunned that you would even say such a thing.
Want to score some pot?
Not tonight. I'm just thinking, if we spend another 40 years in the EU, I wonder if I'll be able to retire at 80, or do you reckon I'll be a bit older? You know, because I've seen it go up to nearly 70, so I'm just a bit worried that if we spend a few more years, I might not be able to retire until I'm 80.
Well, what's that got to do with the EU?
Well, in the 40 years that we've been in the EU, we've seen our standard of living drop so much.
Drop?
And our,
in what way has it dropped?
Well, my wages are still the same as what I was earning in 1990.
Well, that doesn't have anything to do with the EU, though.
Well, it does, because
no, it doesn't.
There's so much competition for the work. And because they keep threatening me with... that guy that says he can't get a good physio, surely that's the job for a robot in the NHS. So, you know, that will be... the robots will take that job.
Well, the robots are going to take, by many measures, anything between 20 and 60% of all jobs.
Affirmative.
I hope so. Didn't we, a few years ago, bail out the Irish banks when their banking system collapsed, and we gave them up to £8 billion to keep the Irish economy going?
If you say so. We were throwing money around like a drunken sailor.
Yeah, and we done that without going through the EU, and the EU weren't going to help the Irish economy, so the British actually helped the Irish banks stay afloat so that the economy didn't collapse. But then again, that's just another story. That's what we British do. We just give money away to any good charity. But what I phoned up about was I was hearing you talking about the Americans getting into the NHS.
Yes.
And taking over all the systems and controls of it and whatever.
No, that's not what I said at all.
Well,
the Americans want to remove the limit on the amount that American pharmaceutical companies can charge the NHS for the drugs.
So the cost of stuff from America will go up considerably.
Yes.
But doesn't that mean we can buy from elsewhere?
Well, not if the drug is made by an American pharmaceutical company. We can't.
But can't we buy from British? Because we've got some good pharmaceutical companies.
Yeah, but not every pharmaceutical company makes every pharmaceutical.
Because I just don't understand why the NHS can't control its own system and dictate how much it pays, because it's
Well, at the moment,
huge fire.
at the moment it is.
Yeah, so
But we want a
why do
UK-US.
they
We
pay
want a
the odd-
UK-US trade deal. They're insisting that we don't. That's us getting back control. That is.
Well, why are we buying their drugs now then?
Are you not listening to what I'm saying? Because they make the drugs that we need.
Yes, but surely, look, we all know you can buy a cheaper version of Viagra, don't we? You know, you can buy that for about 25p, and it's the same drug.
Well, if you say so, Gary. I'll bow to your expertise on this issue.
I've been told that anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, can you imagine all of our fast food chains buying chlorinated chicken? The people would boycott the places.
No, they wouldn't. No, they wouldn't.
They would.
No, they absolutely would not. And I know that that's true. They would not, Gary. We are not ethical consumers. We do not act in our own best interest as consumers. We're just interested in what's cheap.
Well, we're fast becoming a vegan society anyway.
Oh,
so lots of
please.
youngsters
No,
are,
we're not. That's definitely not going to happen.
Well, I don't see that the average person would take their children into a fast food chain and expect their child to eat, you know, because...
Gary, listen to what you just said. The average, you don't think that the average person would take their children into a fast food chain. Why? Because the food in there might be bad for their children? The food in there is bad for their children, and they're still doing it.
Yes, but the food that they're serving up is British or Irish. The beef is made in the UK, and it's...
But you know what would be better than taking? Yeah, no, I'm not. You know what would be better for them? No, I am not. You know what would be better for a parent not than taking their child into a fast food chain is to not take their child into a fast food chain. I mean, that's absolutely indisputable. So to say that a parent will only make the best choices for their child's health is to ignore what every parent practically does with their child. I mean, the stuff that the parents feed their children, look at the size of children these days. There used to be one fat kid in a class. One. These days it's the other way around. Why? Because of the food that the parents feed their children. To say that parents are these only buy the most ethically sourced and healthy alternatives for their children is absolute rubbish. They feed them no end of tripe. So it doesn't really matter whether the ingredients come from America or Mars. It won't make no difference as long as it's cheap.
I can't see the big companies buying it. I can't see.
You can't see the companies buying something that's cheaper, a cheaper ingredient to improve and increase their profits. You can't imagine that would happen.
No, because the advertising and the people just wouldn't. That they would boycott the places, surely.
What gives you the idea that we would do that? I mean, you remember a little while ago there was a big to-do about coffee companies, like chains of coffee companies not paying any tax. You remember that?
Yeah.
And there were a couple that were named and shamed, and they said, right, well, we're going to have a boycott. You know how long the boycott lasted? Till lunch. Nobody boycotted because we're not interested in that. We're just interested in price and convenience. That's all we care about. Amazon was another thing. They are been accused of having a very efficient tax regimen. People said, right, we're going to boycott them. And furthermore, we're going to try and save the high street. And that lasted about 10 seconds as well. It just isn't going to happen. We don't boycott. We know that.
Well, I don't understand how people can afford to buy these cups of coffee anyway, because they're grossly overrated. The top half of most of the coffees are cold anyway.
Foam. Yeah.
I just think to myself,
it's a little treat, Gary. It's drugs. People will always find money for drugs. It's true.
Oh yeah, I know. I just heard you say it. You know, I mean, you said you were stoned.
Is it? No, I didn't.
I know you didn't. You said you were stoned.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Thanks a lot, Gary. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, we were going to all boycott those evil coffee chains because they don't pay no tax and they underpay their workers, and etc. and so on. And did we? Oh, we thought about it, and we got all high-minded about it, and decided that this was going to be the best way forward, and then we didn't do it. And we didn't boycott Amazon, and we don't boycott any of these companies. We don't boycott oil companies when they, through a lack of attention and carelessness and no consideration to safety, their oil rigs blow up and billions of litres of oil spill into bays and kill uncountable numbers of animals. And do we punish them in any way, shape or form? No, of course not. We still buy their petrol. We don't even think about it. We will not boycott any of these things. So the only way in which we can protect ourselves, because we know that as consumers we won't do it, is to not have the food here in the first place. But as we're going to, after our glorious exit from the evil, under the auspices of the evil European overlords, we will be cap in hand to Donald Trump. And if you think that's going to go well for us, then you don't know, you either don't know him very well or you don't get the news where you live. Linda says, God help us and save us from America and all things American, which is offensive to Americans. Dan says, it sounds like you're suffering from Trumpivitis. I prescribe a 2-week break somewhere hot and sunny before symptoms worsen. Other symptoms may include your skin turning orange and your passport turning blue. Well, it sounds like a listener with material. A 2-week break. Oh, wouldn't that be marvellous? Darren Adams is going on a 2-week break and I'm taking over for him. Where's he going?
I don't know, but probably Iceland. He goes there a lot. That's not as random as it sounds.
Iceland?
Yeah.
On holiday? What for?
The weather. Genuinely, he likes things cold.
Well, that's ridiculous. Why would you want to go somewhere colder than it is here? That's the silliest thing I've ever heard. Iceland? What do you want to go there for? But anyway, wherever he's going, I hope he has an excellent time, and I'll be sitting in for him for the next couple of weeks. I'll be joining the night people. I quite like that, visiting the night people. So I'll be with you for the next couple of weeks on Darren Adams' show. This tweet says, we also make drugs America needs, so if they get heavy with us, we can get heavy back. Therefore, neither side has anything to gain by being silly. Oh, God, that's another one of those we need, or they need us more than we need them ideas. Oh, please. What are you talking about? We have absolutely no leverage of any kind whatsoever when dealing with Donald Trump and America. The biggest economy in the world. We're a tiny island off Europe. What are you talking about? If they get heavy with us, we can get heavy back. Yeah, that's the way to deal with Donald Trump. He really responds well to threats.
Oh, shut up!
David says, I'm an American married to a Brit, and the reason we are living in the UK is because the health care in America is far too expensive. Medication prices are outrageous, and con man Donald Trump is making things worse for the majority of the Americans. The UK would be much better off waiting for Trump to be removed from office, one way or another, before looking for a trade deal. Rule number 1 for the world, never deal with Trump the grifter. I do, yeah, well, that sounds about right to me. Bodmin. Malcolm.
Hello, James.
I'm afraid James isn't here, Malcolm. Can I put you on hold?
I know. Nick, I'm sorry. Look, what scares me is that people are phoning you to say what they are afraid of. They're afraid of this, they're afraid of that, but they're not going to do anything about it. And we've got 625 MPs
close
in Parliament who all want to do something, but they don't know what they want. Why don't 625 MPs say that here's where our bread is buttered and we want to stay?
What?
Well, oh come on, man. Listen, what I'm saying is,
you lost me
got
with
625 MPs.
I just started thinking about butter. I like butter.
Yes, but we've got 625 MPs.
Yes.
Who are all saying very different things.
Yeah.
But surely they should all be saying the same thing.
Well, what would be the point of that?
Well, because
saying the same thing.
We'd be worse off. We'd be worse off after leaving Europe.
I think a lot of them are saying that.
Not enough, though, Nick.
Not enough.
No.
Well, they don't all think with one mind, fortunately.
Yeah, but they should. They should. they should all be saying, if we leave Europe, we will be worse off.
Right.
If they're not saying that, then surely there's something wrong.
With them?
Yes.
Right.
Do you not think so?
Well, I think that the two might not necessarily be connected. I think that they may not say it and there might be something wrong with them, but it might not be because they're not saying it that there's something wrong with them. It might just be that there's something wrong with them.
Yes, but why is there anything wrong with them?
Well, that's a topic from now until the end of time. What the hell is wrong with politicians? Or all of us, in fact?
Well, Nick, all I can say is...
Yes.
If you're a normal person in Britain and you live here, which we all do...
Yeah, then you're on your own.
Oh, come on. Come on. What is wrong with the British people, man? What is wrong with British people?
I don't know. Well, let's start with somewhere close to home. What's wrong with you?
Well...
There it is. He was very upset. So much so that we had to get rid of him. We're running a delay here, for obvious reasons. Well, emotion gets the better of some people. I remain calm at all times. So here's what we know about what Washington wants from us. They want any trade deal between us and America to remove any barriers to American agricultural produce being sold in this country. And it can have hormones squirted up it and and all sorts of unpleasant nastiness. Washed in chlorine and all the rest of it. Ew. Plus... they want U.S. drug firms to be able to charge the NHS more, just as is the case in America. And if they do that, then the NHS is going to be even broker than it is at the moment. See, they see American drug companies see the £100 billion a year that we pour all over the NHS as a fund that they would like some of. They want to dive into that pool of cash and get wet. Of course they do. Why wouldn't they? Washington wants to remove rules that limit what American drug companies can charge the NHS. This is one of their insistence, or points of insistence, as regards any future UK-US deal. Which is really amazing that this is what they would come up with first. I mean, you think that any deal would take a really long period of time. Don't listen to Donald Trump. He doesn't know what he's talking about when he says that it's going to be a great deal, it's going to be really easy and really quick. No such thing exists. There's no really easy and really quick trade deal. They're way too complicated. Grown-ups have to sit around a table and just thrash all this out, and there's a billion different points that each one has to agree on, and it just takes forever. But this was their opening gambit. It looks like if this is what they say first, can you imagine what they're waiting to hit us with? A demand is that the US, or the NHS rather, pay more to US drug companies. Labour MP Joe Stevens said, these US drug companies are the very corporations that have caused the opioids crisis in their home countries through reckless marketing and pressure on doctors. And they're going to get full access to the NHS, which has long been a demand from US mega lobbyists in the pay of Big Pharma. I think we should all be worried about that. Petrified, in fact. And the Scottish National Party say Washington's demands for a UK-US trade deal could cause lasting damage to the farming and food and drink industry. Well, they're concerned about Scotland, but if it happens in Scotland, it happens in England and Wales, and Northern Ireland too. Gail Ross, the member of the Scottish Parliament, said the US government's trade demands couldn't be clearer. They want the UK to leave the door wide open to produce like chlorinated chicken and hormone-injected beef. Not only does that raise questions over health issues, given that these products are currently banned by the EU, but it's also a direct threat to Scotland's world-class food and drink sector. You know, only last week, Michael Gove told the National Farmers Union that farmers would be protected by tariffs after Brexit. But not if America's got anything to do with it. Oh, no, they won't. And we will not be an equal partner around the table when we're having a chit-chat with Donald Trump. I mean, of course not. That's not how he works. It's his way or the highway. Let's have Swansea. Hello, Val.
Oh, hello, Nick. Right. First of all, very quickly, apparently Iceland is a very fascinating country, if you forget about the weather. So I'm not ringing about that. But,
Iceland? Is that...
Yeah,
that's where Bjork comes from, isn't it?
Pardon?
Isn't that Bjork's place, Iceland? Or is that somewhere else? Greenland? No. Bjork comes from Iceland, doesn't she?
I'm not sure. No, I'm not sure where she
Well, can you look it up for me? I'll wait.
Anyway, so I'm ringing up to say that over the months I've listened to you, I mean, not that it means it is true, but most of what you say rings true with me. And then, of course, I can see the point where, you know, just now, for instance, you're talking about, or warning us really, about what might hit our shelves from America, because I thought we went through all this irradiation of food once before, you know, but as you say, we might be getting in by the back door now. But, I mean, I can understand that there's a case for warning us for the future, to be enlightened about that sort of thing. But to be honest, I just feel sorry for you that you expend so much energy on saying, really, outlining the problems now that we will be leaving the EU, and then you're having to put up with insults from people ringing you up. Now, I just don't understand why you're doing that yourself, because, I mean, unless we're having a second referendum, which you keep saying we don't think we will have, unless we're all powerless to do anything, we're at this undemocratic outcome, by, you know, and I mean, I personally, apart from you sounding exasperated, I feel very utterly frustrated and powerless that we've even arrived at this point, and we're powerless to do anything about it.
I think that we're all sleepwalking into... The simile that I always come to is that we were a fork in the road and we decided to take the left-hand fork based on no information of any kind. We could have taken the right-hand one, but we took the left-hand one, and we went down the way and the road sort of peters out, or it comes to a yawning crevasse, or it terminates in a bridge that isn't built yet. And because we, at some point down the road away, made a decision to take the left-hand route, then we're going to keep marching regardless of any new information that's come our way. That's an insane way to run a country.
Yes, but of course there's nothing that can be done about it now unless we have a second referendum. So,
well, the Labour Party are now talking about a second referendum. And so is you know who.
We should have a second referendum.
Yes.
It's going to happen anyway, then, isn't it? Well,
I don't know. Maybe it will and maybe it won't. I think that Project Fear lies with the people that want to leave desperately. Why they want to leave so desperately, I don't know, other than they think that they won the lottery, that their lives are going to be turned around, that finally they're going to achieve the success that they've always dreamed of. Well, it ain't going to happen. I hate to break the news to you kids, but if you are poor now, you will continue to be poor after we left the European Union. There's no waterfall of money that's going to be pouring all over you. There ain't no magic money tree that's going to be growing in your garden. It's not going to happen. If you're poor now, you will continue to be poor once we've left the EU. You haven't won the lottery. But it's almost like snatching people's dreams away, because I think there's a significant number of people that thinks that life is going to be tremendously, hugely better, measurably so, after we leave the EU, and it just isn't. How is that going to happen? But you can't tell people; they won't hear and refuse to listen. Alex in Glasgow says, the basic message from the Remain campaign was vote to leave and you'll be worse off. And the Leave campaign was vote to leave and you'll be better off. Now, no one on either side is saying that leaving will make you better off. And there is no uproar about that, just an acceptance. How can that be possible? I think that people in this country have sort of been beaten into submission. I think we're almost at the point now where we just can't stand it anymore. We say, oh, yeah, whatever. I don't care if I do die. Just get on with it. Kill me now. Plus, the fundamentalist Brexiteer ultras are engaging in Project Fear, by which I mean threatening riots on the streets if they don't get their way, which I'll nutshell it for you. That's what it sounds like to me. Steve says the easy answer to the American thing is don't buy American drugs or chicken, just buy British. Well, it's not an easy answer, Steve, sadly. Unfortunately, that's the last thing it is, easy, because once American food manufacturers get access to our market, they're going to flood it. And it won't be on the shelves labelled chlorinated chicken from America. It will be in convenience foods, and it won't be labelled. It'll just be labelled chicken. You know, all the foods that we buy. The good stuff. Ready-made meals, sausages, pies, all of that stuff. It won't be labelled, this is disgusting filth from America. It'll just be labelled chicken or beef. I mean, that's part of the deal. And I haven't even mentioned genetically modified food. I mean, that part of the American insistence will be we don't label genetically modified food as such because there is a resistance among the British public for GM food. So the easy way around that is to just not mention that it's GM food. I mean, all this stuff. You won't be able to tell whether it is American, and you won't be able to tell whether what the method of production has been. Plus, it's worse than that, because unless the British copy the cheap down market way in which the American food giants produce their food, then they won't be able to compete. So even if you do buy British, you'll be buying British foods made to cheap American standards. Otherwise, British farmers will just be, the entire business will just be killed. I mean, it probably will be anyway, but they have absolutely no chance of surviving if they continue to produce better quality food, because we, as consumers, won't buy it. We'll see two things on the shelf, they both look the same, and one will be significantly cheaper than the other, and we'll buy the cheaper one. You know that's true, because we do it over and over and over again. Vancouver. Hello, Nick.
Oh, hi, Nick.
Nick.
2 points. You were just mentioning that British farmers will have to compete with the Americans. The livestock farmers, the chicken farmers, won't be able to, because the Americans have, as do the Canadian farmers, have access to incredibly cheap grain, because we have these things called the prairies where you can grow enormous quantities of grain for next to nothing. And no other country in the world has that sort of access to cheap grain, which is what you feed your chickens on. So chicken farmers in Britain, it doesn't matter what they do, they'll be hooped if the Americans get in.
Oh, you know the other thing that Americans feed their livestock on?
Other livestock.
Other livestock. Precisely right. Brains, spinal cords, that sort of thing. Who wants to eat a beef burger made from a cow that's been eating other cows' brains? Anybody? Hands in the air. Let me count. Because that's what we're looking at. That's what we're looking at.
I have lived in Canada for almost 40 years now, and I've watched Canada doing trade deals with, or trying to do trade deals with America and China over that period of time, because Canada is not in the EU. And I can tell you now, although Donald Trump is honest about the way that he does trade, every previous administration before that has had exactly the same methods of dealing with Canada. It's not just, you can't think to yourself, well, Donald Trump will be gone in a year or two off to prison and whatever the hell is going to happen to him, and then America will become a nice country. No, America has never been a nice country to do trade with. They always try to do Canada over, essentially just try and turn us into their sort of plaything.
Yeah, satellite.
And the other thing that America does, which the EU doesn't do, the EU is actually, the reason that Canada was really eager to get a deal with the EU is because the EU tends to stick by the rules. If you start to do well with a trade deal with the EU, they won't then break the trade deal because you're doing too well out of it. Whereas the reason that Donny Boy and Barack Obama before that wanted to reopen NAFTA was not because Canada was breaking the rules, but we were making too much money out of it. It turned out we were actually rather good at doing certain things that they didn't expect, like making movies, for instance. We've developed this huge sort of semi-industrial business up here in Vancouver and Toronto making commercials for American television, and the American film industry hates it. And it was an industry that didn't exist 20 years ago.
Yeah, it wasn't.
So the Americans want to get rid of that under NAFTA because, well, who knew those Canadians could make films?
Wasn't the X-Files among the first TV shows, like big TV programs that was made in Canada?
Yes, and 21 Jump Street, which had the very, very young Johnny Depp in it. I mean, the irony is the first movie ever made in Vancouver was McCabe and Mrs. Muir, which was a beautiful Western set up in the mountains here in the snow. And that was in like the mid-1970s. But right now, Vancouver is the second largest English-speaking filmmaking center in the world.
Is it?
Hollywood's number one, Vancouver's number two. We outstripped London Pinewood years ago. I mean, we make rubbish movies and rubbish TV shows, but we make a lot of them. It's a huge industry here. It's like a huge industry.
Yeah, never mind the quality, feel the width.
Yeah, basically. We just churn out TV shows by the ton. There's barely an American commercial. You know, all the car commercials and the drug commercials, you'll like those, are all filmed up here. You have these sort of lovely American white couples running across the beach. Well, the beach is always Kit's Beach in Vancouver with the mountains in the background. We have everything a filmmaker could want for.
All those American medicinal adverts, they're just properly weird. They'll say things like, do you wake up in the morning and feel meh? Well, ask your doctor for the following prescription. Ask him if this is right for you.
And you'll notice that one of the side effects is always weight loss, because they've worked out that if you tell people this drug will make you lose weight, it doesn't matter. People will go screaming to their doctor, I want that right now.
Yeah. It may cause your hair, your teeth and your eyeballs to fall out, but will make you thinner. I'll have 6. All right, thanks a lot, Nick. 0345 6060 973. Thanks for the warning.
Warning!
Don't do deals with Donald Trump. Mark says if Trump gets his hands on haggis, it's going to end up with all kinds of nasty stuff in it. Helgum, Norway.
Hi.
Jonathan.
That's right. Hello, Nick.
Where is it?
Call from It's in Norway.
Yeah, but where? You say it.
It's about Helgheim. It's about 3.5, 4 hours northeast driving from Bergen. So it's right in the middle of nowhere, and you can see the European continent's largest glacier from the house. It's all very nice, but not much goes on, and I wouldn't actually recommend anybody comes here.
Right, I won't.
Yeah, no, but it's interesting because I know you've had a few people calling tonight asking about the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund, and actually it's hardly been reported at all. I'm going to, if you don't mind, I'll read you something from January 2013. This is from Euractiv. Potential impact on British-EU debate. There's a Danish MEP called Benson, Bendtsen, and he said, Benson said the problems in the EU-Norway relations could eventually affect the ongoing British debate on whether to stay in or leave the EU. Norway has previously been mentioned as a positive example of a non-EU member which still gets advantages and benefits of being part of the EU single market. However, in his EU speech last Wednesday, British Prime Minister David Cameron asked whether it was in Britain's best interests and desirable for Britain to be like Norway or Switzerland with access to the single market but outside the EU. While Norway is part of the single market and pays for the principle, it has no say at all in setting its rules. It just has to implement its directives, Cameron said. Now, Norway inspired Brexit. This Benson, he wants Norway thrown out of the single market because Norway has not been adhering to the spirit of the EEA agreement. So there's two things to bear in mind. People are saying, oh, we can have a Norway deal. Well, one, as far as I know, Norway doesn't actually want us in EFTA because we would kind of spoil their party.
Yeah, we'd be the biggest member of that.
Yeah, and also the EU, the whole idea that the EU is going to allow the kind of deal that Norway has with the EU to continue if it convinces major members of the EU to leave and go back to being in EFTA, which is where the UK was. So I reckon that if the UK tried to replicate that deal with Norway, the EU would turn around and say, well, we're going to scrap the EEA agreement, and actually what might happen is that the EU might become more protectionist or make countries like the EU like Norway and the UK pay more money and have even less say, and then they have to submit to the European Court of Justice rather than the EFTA courts.
Yeah, but I think, but the issue with what you're talking about is that I don't think anybody is suggesting that we do have a Norway deal.
Well, no, you keep on hearing it being moved.
Well, I think that's historically true, but I don't think anybody is suggesting it now.
Yeah, but I do know that at the beginning of the Brexit debate...
Yes, at the beginning, quite right. Yeah, we were
the Bruce
always...
Group,
mhm.
Yeah, the Bruce Group in particular was saying, hey, we can have a deal like Norway where...
No, but I think that ship sailed.
Yeah, but I think ultimately, though, I mean, it's not as if I'm some rabid pro-EU bloke, but really, because Norway has been seen to have its cake and eat it, because the EU didn't turn around, Norway slapped tariffs on EU-produced dairy and meat and, of all things, hydrangeas. So because the EU didn't turn around and say, oh, thank you for that, we'd like to take this opportunity to say that henceforth there will be a 72 or 100% tariff on Norwegian seafood or Norwegian energy or whatever Norway sells into the EU, and then see who blinks first. But one, it's obvious that the actual single market doesn't exist. If members of the EEA are unilaterally imposing tariffs on EU produce, and there's no retaliation from the EU, then the EU hasn't done a great job of protecting British cheesemakers, British meat manufacturers, and so on from discrimination by EEA countries. Oh, and also as well, getting back to this chicken thing and everything, you're absolutely right. A lot of the chicken and the stuff that we eat, we don't know where it comes from. We might be eating it in pub meals, fast food, kebabs. And also, by the time it's had a load of salsa and spices added to it, you're not going to taste whether it was actually dipped in chlorine or not.
Well, even if it's possible to taste the chlorine, it's not the chlorine part that's concerning. It's what the chlorine dip allows the farming company to do to the chicken previously, because a chlorine dip will remove all. But that's the idea of it: remove all bacteria and so on. So they don't have to treat the bird with the same kind of care and hygiene that we do when we don't dip it in some antibacterial bar. If we open our market to American foodstuffs, we won't be able to avoid it because we won't know where it is. The food that we buy that has been pre-made, meals in boxes, which is what most people eat these days, they don't have to, in the ingredients list, give a place of origin for all the ingredients. They just list them. It won't say American chlorinated chicken. It will just say chicken. So even if you try to avoid it, you won't be able to. This text says, haven't you heard of the red tractor sign? Who does your shopping? I always buy British wherever I can, so who's going to stop me? Yeah, but you won't... oh, God. I mean, do I have to keep repeating the same thing over and over and over again?
Yes.
All right. You won't know if you're buying British or not, because it won't say British chicken. It will just say chicken, crying out loud. Listen to me when I'm speaking to you. I do my shopping, by the way. Who does your shopping? And it won't matter if you... even if you insist and do a lot of research that you will, after the Americans gain access to our market, you only buy British food that has been made by British people on British farms, shipped in British lorries to British supermarkets. It won't make no difference, because British farmers are going to have to copy the lowest common denominator production methods of the American competitors. Otherwise, they'll be wiped out. Because the thing that we're most sensitive to as consumers is price. And if we see two things that look identical on the shelves side by side, and one is significantly more expensive than the other, we will buy the cheapest, regardless of where it comes from. And that I'm not guessing that the evidence of that is proven over and over again. It's the reason we don't make anything in this country anymore that's our own. It's because consumers reject British products for their cheaper foreign alternatives. Again and again and again. Wandsworth. Hello, Susan.
Hi.
Susan.
Oh, good morning. Hi. Yeah, I just wanted to talk about the American trade deal.
Yeah.
I just don't understand why, after this whole Brexit ordeal, we would want to make a trade deal with America. Like,
well, they got a lot of money.
I absolutely have. I just hate America, like, with a passion. Just
well, now wait a minute. All of America?
Foreign, what they've done in, like, foreign land, what they keep doing.
Well, our record isn't clean in that regard, Susan.
It's not clean, but I just think British people should invest in British industries. And if we're gonna, like, with this whole, like, the food and everything that's happening now, and, like, the medicine, I think we should invest in Britain and British products and British pharmacies.
Well, I think that ship sailed, Susan. We're not remotely interested in buying British. We're interested in buying cheap.
I understand that, but at the same time, it's not going to be cheap for us.
Well, no, not in the long run, no.
Yeah, and as the previous caller said, I think it was a Canadian guy or something, he said something along the lines of America's never been kind to Canada. I don't think, as you said as well, like, America will not be kind to us either. They're looking to make profit. So I hope that the politicians in Parliament will make the right decisions in the best of our interests.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed, but the thing is, Brexiteers voted for Brexit thinking it would be better off, we'd be better off. But I honestly do not think we should go through with leaving the EU if it means making a deal with America. I truly do not think.
But what about all the fundamentalist Brexiteer ultras who threaten riots on the streets if they don't get their way?
I think they are wounded. Their pride is wounded, and I think, honestly, the whole reason why Brexiteers even voted for leaving the EU was because of immigration and racism. That's my...
Well, there was an element of that, but also, as you said before, they were persuaded by oily used car salesmen backed by dodgy Russian money that everyone was going to be better off if only we could leave the European Union.
But if you look at the Brexit sort of campaign, it kind of coincided with Trump's campaign as well.
Yeah, exactly.
I think...
And the same people were persuaded by both. And the same people were behind both in a lot of cases. And the money came from the same place, or the same places. And a lot of the same characters were associated with both. Yeah.
Yeah, and...
very suspicious.
Again, very suspicious. But the thing is, what I don't understand is, it's always been suspicious. It's always been corrupt. It's when the whole Brexit campaign was happening and they had that bust of £250 million that we would save.
Yeah.
It was all just, everyone was sold on a lie at the end of the day. And on top of that, we now know that at this current moment, we're losing £800 million a week. So essentially, I think America kind of wiggled its way into our politics for their own interest.
Well, there's no wiggling about it. They'll storm in like an out-of-control steamroller.
Yeah, and Nick Farage he hopped on that train.
Nigel?
And Nigel Farage, sorry.
He hopped on the train. He left the bus and joined the train. Yeah, and now he's going to be walking for some part of the trip from Sunderland down to London. Well, we'll see how far he actually makes it, because that's a long way. That's like 280 miles there or thereabouts. Okay, thanks a lot. What?
Thank you.
Okay, cheers. What is it? 0345. There's pointless giving the number out now. There's not enough time. Rob says there was already a widespread and well-publicised experiment to see if customers would accept chlorinated chicken and growth hormones in their fast food. The same experiment also tested the price of medications in a purely capitalist market. In both cases, the results were catastrophic. The experiment was called the United States of America. And Patrick says, those iconic images of cowboys lassoing cattle in Texas are total rubbish. My wife and I spent 3 weeks there and able to hunt down a decent steak in a 30-mile radius. Abandoning the idea, I picked up the only beef mince in Walmart I could find for making burgers. It had come all the way from Milwaukee in a giant plastic sausage-like tube, similar to the muck we feed dogs back here. Any wonder I ended up doing exactly that. What, feeding it to the dogs? It came in a tube? Huh. Well, what do they do with all that cattle in Texas? My mind's spinning of all sorts of appalling possibilities.
Disgusting.
He's a good person.
Thanks a lot, Donny. You're the best. 0345 6060 973 is the phone number. So we're going to go to Mars. And if we go to Mars, then it's going to look a lot like that film, The Martian. And it is scientifically accurate, according to that expert that is just speaking on the news there. Which means that if we go to Mars, we're going to have to be eating Matt Damon's poop potatoes.
Oh, no.
Weather news. Rain and winds are expected to worsen throughout the weekend, culminating in a potentially life-threatening storm with gusts of 80 miles an hour.
Warning, warning.
We're all going to die. 80 miles an hour. Now, you double it now 32 to get Fahrenheit. So double 80 is 160, plus 32 is 192. The wind is going to be coming at speeds of 192 Fahrenheit. Can you believe that?
No.
Into Sunday and Monday, gales of up to 80 are set to batter the United Kingdom by Storm Freya, who I think used to be a member of ABBA. Very strong winds expected in the southwest of England. There may be major travel disruption when it hits late on Sunday, although major travel disruption is normal for Sundays. You won't notice the difference, especially if you have to take public transport. If you're really unlucky, your service may be running as normal. A yellow weather warning has been issued for large swathes of the country, which is the only time that the word swathe can be used in a sentence. Just as the word alight can only ever be used by a train announcer telling you to get off at the next station, or the word thwart, used to signal that our glorious release from the clutches of our unelected European overlords may be delayed. A weather warning is in operation for much of southwest England, the Midlands and northeast England, which will be in effect from 3 p.m. tomorrow until 6 a.m. on Monday. There may be flying debris, damage to buildings and trees, and possible power disruption, which might affect other services such as, get ready, mobile phone signals. How will you upload a picture of yourself standing in the rain to Instagram? If you can't access pictures of yourself on social media, what's the point of living? Gusts between 55 and 65 can be expected over the weekend. Tomorrow and into Monday. Wind speeds reaching 80 in coastal areas, so batten down the hatches, you coastal dwellers. And make sure your mobility scooters are secured. And after the wind subsides, snow could fall in parts of the northeast. Listeners in Glasgow will get their own weather.
Affirmative.
I'll check for you while you wait. But it's going to be raining. Now then, Glasgow, raining tonight and raining tomorrow and raining on Monday and raining on Tuesday and raining... It's basically going to be raining every day for the rest of your lives. Sorry about that. At least you have all that excellent architecture to take your mind off it. And after the winds subside, like I said, it could be snowing. Meanwhile, summer is over. It lasted for 2 days in February. And temperatures across the country are going to be back to single digits again. It's going to feel like winter outside. Blink and it's gone. The Met Office chief meteorologist Jason said Storm Freya undergoes rapid cyclogenesis late Saturday and early Sunday as it moves across the eastern Atlantic Ocean towards the British Isles. This means the area of low pressure will deepen quickly as it moves towards us. Does anybody have any idea what that bloke's talking about?
No.
In short, there's going to be a lot of weather about, and it will be mostly outside. The heat has dissipated, the weather is returning to normal. We'll have more wintry temperatures next week. That's what he said. Meanwhile, the weather we've just experienced is freakish. So said an expert on climate change, which is a real thing unless you don't believe in science, in which case your ignorance will protect you. This was in The Guardian today, or yesterday. This week's record winter heat in the UK was so far above normal levels that scientists have been forced to reconsider their statistical models, with one expert calling the temperature jump incredible. He's never seen anything like it in his life, he said.
Yowza.
UK temperature records tumbled in the past 10 days. From when it was on Tuesday and Wednesday, it was 70 degrees. They logged 21.2 degrees centigrade in Kew. And I know, because I was there. It was fantastic. It was packed, too. I mean, I go there a lot, and I've never seen it as busy as that outside of summer. There were so many people, you could barely see the green. UK temperature records tumbled in the past 10 days, and even taking into account the underlying 1 degree C of global heating from carbon emissions, this was a surprise to some scientists. They couldn't believe it. There's a climate researcher at the Royal Netherlands Meteorological Institute, Geert Jan van Oldenburg, who said the possibility of this week's temperatures happening was close to zero. Winning the lottery would be easier. He said, this is an incredible jump in record temperatures. If you asked me a few months ago, I'd have said it's ridiculous. He said, this is a 1 in 200 year event. Have you ever seen anything like it?
No.
Not me. Not in February. I can remember one year, that 1 year that we had it was just such a fantastic year. Everybody else was moaning and whining about the heat.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
And I was loving it. It was 100 degrees day after day after day. And it started in March and it ended in November. I can remember having a picnic on the 4th of November. And the 5th of November was an even nicer day. But not in February. That's just weird. And it's all thanks to global warming.
Thank you.
According to the Met Office, the mean maximum temperature in February was 3.5 centigrade above average. And this was due to large areas of high pressure over continental Europe that brought warm air in from the Canaries and North Africa, because it came over here and warmed us up. A bloke called Graham, a spokesman for the Met Office, said it was shocking to see values above 20 degrees centigrade. Clearly having that warm weather record broken is, we think, largely to do with climate change amplifying those warm events. He said, this is widely recognised by the public. No, it isn't. No, it is not. Not by half of the public that have decided that they are on the right of any argument, as in wing, no matter what the subject is. Apparently there was a memo that I must have missed which said that we all must pick sides and only support the most left or right-wing theory on everything. And those on the right now support Trump and Brexit and the death penalty for those practising abortion because, life is sacred, and denying the existence of facts and science, including and especially climate change. Previous Met Office studies showed that man-made carbon emissions in the atmosphere made last summer's heatwave 30 times more likely. Now, that doesn't mean to say it's going to happen this year. Could be freezing cold and raining. That would be normal. Which is why I said that summer this year has lasted for 2 days and it's over already. Could be. You just never know. We've got the weirding of the weather. It was warmer than Bermuda this week. And it was colder than the Arctic at this time last year. Weird, no? Yet, they had a debate in Parliament about climate change. And guess who showed up? Almost no one. They just don't care. Like it's not happening. Sparsely attended would be putting it mildly. And contrast that with students. Kids who left school and going on strike. Those strikes have been occurring not just in this country, but in many countries all over the world. Major world cities have seen kids saying, right, that's it. You grown-ups have had your chance and you blew it. So we're going to correct you. And we do need correcting. Student strikes have been occurring, and the usual right-wing suspects crow about how these kids should mind their own business and get back to school, and what do they know? We should let the grown-ups deal with it, they say. Well, the grown-ups are not dealing with it, are they? And we won't deal with it, because it would require us to change our lives. And we would rather the world died after we were gone than change our lives. That's why climate change deniers get so angry when this subject comes up. They claim that science is not perfect, so we shouldn't believe science, when the vast majority of scientists say that we have to act right now. But you know, those very same people, when they're ill, they surrender themselves completely to science to save them. Hypocritical? You betcha. And there's a few politicians who are doing the right thing, like the Greenie Party, as you would expect. Groovy. The groovy Greenies, Caroline Lucas of the Green Party, said time was running out. But the government's going backwards on climate action, she said. I didn't know this, but since 2010, almost every existing sensible climate measure has been torched. Zero carbon homes scrapped, onshore wind effectively banned, solar power shafted, the Green Investment Bank flogged off, and fracking forced on local communities. If that's true, that's staggering. And it all happened under a Conservative administration. No! Which, it doesn't seem very conservative. I mean, it's not conserving, is it? Torching, more like. And on fracking, by the way, big news. Methane gas leaks at a fracking site near Blackpool have raised concerns about the capacity of industry to produce gas without harming the environment. They squirted methane up the air. Quadrilla. Is that how you pronounce them, or is it quadrilla? I think it's quadrilla, isn't it? I think it's a gag. Is it a joke? You know, because they drill. Of course. It's Cuadrilla. Quadrilla. They reported 4 spikes in methane levels above a level set by authorities since its operation began in October. The largest event saw concentrations of climate warming gas rise to about 15 times higher than normal background levels. It's like being in the lift after having a curry. Awful. Workers apparently attempted to burn this gas, which is very, very dangerous. I've seen videos of people trying to do that. Don't do it. Very, very dangerous. Because apparently venting unburned methane is banned by the Environment Agency. Just remember that the next time you have some cheese and onion crisps. Oh, the smell of them. Methane gas, by the way, the reason that people are concerned about this is because it's a very, very potent greenhouse gas. Or, as Toya used to say, it's a greenhouse gas. We should be very concerned about greenhouse gases. 84 times more potent than CO2. Did you know that? These are the facts, Jack. Still, it's only a planet. Who cares? And that sparse turnout at the debate in Westminster highlighted that we don't care. Our elected representatives don't care because we don't care. A low priority. And it's a low priority for politicians because it's a low priority for us lot. We are not remotely interested. Just as the Paris Climate Agreement did a little bit but not very much, we agree that it really is awful and something should be done. But that's it. That's as far as we'll go. The climate campaigner for Greenpeace, Mel Evans, said we're living through a climate emergency. So really our politicians should be debating this every week. But, you know, they're too busy fighting with each other about Brexit. Which, like I've said, is like arranging grains of sand on the beach while the tsunami waves heading towards us are going to change everything. That is climate change and artificial intelligence.
Correct.
But, you know, that's the future. And that will never hurt us.
Would you mind telling me what this is all about?
Yes, dear, it's about saving the planet. But, you know, if you're not bothered, forget it. Caro says that balmy weather in February was balmy. It's a homophone. Si says 3.5 degrees above average this 1 year. If it happens 3 years in a row, then I might take notice, but it won't. Yeah, yes, Si. It's a perfect example of what I was talking about. If it does happen 3.5 degrees 3 years in a row, you still won't take any notice. Perfect example of what I was talking about. Squid says the same right-wingers giving out about kids taking a day out to protest are the same right-wingers whose policies are forcing schools to close early on Fridays due to lack of funding. And Nick says, last night you mentioned Nigel Farage's plan to walk from Sunderland to London. Already wags on Twitter have christened the event the Gammon Ball Run. Everybody's so rude. I might talk about that later. But now, as I'm on the subject, and look at that switchboard, there's no interest of any kind whatsoever in saving the planet. Who cares about saving the planet? No interest whatsoever. Apart from the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan is actually doing something, or at least I thought he was. You know Sadiq Khan, don't you? No! Yes, that's him. He's fired the starting gun on the next London mayoral contest. He's our mayor in London, is Sadiq Khan. And he launched a direct attack on his main rival, Sean Bailey, of the Conservative Party. He said Sean Bailey had opposed measures to tackle air pollution and accused him of being on the wrong side of history and playing politics with Londoners' lives. The next London mayoral elections are in May 2020. And what a tremendous difference Sadiq Khan has made to this great town about. I mean, he's done... he did that thing with the... I can't think of anything at all. Can't think of anything at all. Apart from this thing that's about to come in to... And people who drive in London should be aware of this. The next mayoral elections, May next year, and London's air quality is expected to be one of the central issues of the campaign. And it should be the central issue of the campaign of all of the major cities in this country. Because the air's out there, and it's what you breathe. And it's filthy. On Tuesday, I was out and about. I was on my way to Kew, and you could see London from a distance. Get Bette Midler on the phone, she'll sing it to us. From a distance, you could see London, but from a distance, you could barely see London. It was absolutely thick with smog. Unbelievable, unbreathable. But Sadiq Khan is apparently doing something about it. Good for you. He said, tackling toxic air pollution is about saving lives. Correct. He says every year thousands of Londoners die prematurely. And this applies just as much outside London as well. If you live in a major conurbation, then you may die prematurely too. Okay, it's taking the end part of your life off. But that's, when you get to that part, you probably won't want to lose it, right? He says it's a fundamental issue of social justice because those who suffer most from toxic air are the poorest Londoners who have the fewest cars. So it's, as usual, it's the rich who make the mess and the poor who have to suffer. He says, that's why I've made reducing pollution a central mission of my administration, pushing forward some of the boldest plans to tackle air pollution of any major city in the world and making London a global leader on clean air. And you know what? I applauded him in that until I found out just how pathetic those measures are. I assumed when this ultra-low emissions zone was going to come in, that I, driving a 21-year-old car after April the 8th, would have to pay a penalty. And I was okay with that. A little aggrieved, because if I trade in my car, then buying a new one would cause more pollution in the making of a new car than I would save by scrapping my old car, I suspect. But never mind. Okay, I'll go along, and I'll just have to drive less and pay when I do come in. And I thought that it would be a great step forward. It was going to be zero emissions cars only in the centre of London. And I thought that for months. And in fact, I was thinking about, can I actually afford to buy an electric car? And the answer, of course, is no. No, of course not. So I'm just going to have to stick it. Zero emissions. I thought, wow, that's going to really clean up the air instantly. Plus, if I pay to come in, it's going to be £12.50 every time you come in. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Even on Christmas, even on Jesus' birthday, you don't get a pass. I thought the amount of free parking areas in the centre of London is going to be absolutely massive. We're going to park anywhere I like. No cars are going to be in London. And I couldn't have been more wrong. I only found this out this week. I couldn't believe it. I thought that the ultra-low emissions zone was going to be as it sounds. Only cars of ultra-low emissions, as in battery cars, basically, bicycles, that kind of thing. But no, every car, pretty much, that runs on petrol that's been made after 2005 is going to get a pass. What? 2005 is 14 years ago, maths fans. Which means that pretty much every car that's coming into London at the moment is still going to come into London and not have to pay a penalty. So what difference is it going to make? I am stunned. The only car that's going to be proscribed under these new regulations is mine. Not that I'm complaining or anything.
Stop whining.
Exactly. Apparently, almost every petrol car that's been made since 2005 is going to be exempt from the charges. And so I started looking them up, because you can put the number plate of any car into a website that the mayor runs, and you can check whether your car will be okay or whether it'll be penalised or not. And so I started looking up second-hand cars on the internet to see how large an engine I could get away with. 5 litres was as much as I could go. I mean, there's practically no car on the road that has got more than a 5-litre engine, and apparently it would be perfectly all right, according to the London mayor. What difference is it going to make? I mean, it's not going to be an ultra-low emission zone at all. There'll hardly be any difference to the traffic fumes that we got now. And every time I drive in, there's at least one time that I have to turn off the heater or the aircon to stop the fumes from the car ahead gassing me to death. When you start to breathe in, you thought, oh, no, I'm going to have to hold my breath, turn off the heater, and open the window, see if I can get some other air in. And every car on the road is younger than mine. I've got the only banger out there. Every time I come in, there's some car in front, much newer than mine, that was going to get a free pass in the ultra-low emissions zone that could kill a moose at 50 paces. I mean, if we actually want to clean up the air in London, or any other city in the country, make it 0 emissions. I mean, actually do something. Get the charging infrastructure going, modify the street lamps to be charging points, get the polluting cars off the roads. Anything else is just diddling while we choke. It sounds like the song the Seven Dwarfs would sing if they were going to work on the Strand. We're diddling while we choke. Yet the mayor said, covering himself in glory, that Sean Bailey and the Conservative Party have put themselves on the wrong side of history. He says they're opposed to every single measure that he has taken to improve air quality, from the ultra-low emission zone to making public transport more affordable. Really? Is that what it is? Our mayor said it's for Sean Bailey to explain his opposition to my plans and the total absence of his own ideas on improving air quality for asthma sufferers and children whose classrooms are full of polluted air and some of London's poorest communities. He says he's playing politics with Londoners' lives, and it's simply not acceptable. Well, I'd say that the weak measures that he's putting in place are also playing politics. It's doing something without actually doing very much at all. I mean, how many people drive a car in London that's over 14 years old? It's just me. The Mayor of London is personally attacking me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. May I have another? And as for making public transport more affordable... Well, if this is you trying to make public transport more affordable, try harder. We've got some of the most expensive public transport on earth in London. There's roller coaster rides cheaper per mile travelled. I think it goes Copenhagen the most expensive, followed by Stockholm and then London. But it could be worse. He could be doing nothing at all, which is what he's accusing his Conservative competitor of. I really did think that we were going to make a difference there, because on some days it's just unbreathable, the air in London, but I guess that, politics intervened, and he couldn't do something that was really radical, because people might not vote for him again. Oh, well, never mind. It's just, a lot more dead people, that's all. Who cares? Let's have a call in Pall Mall. Hello, Angelos.
Hello, Nick. Good evening.
How you doing?
About this Sadiq Khan initiative to clean London air, and he wants to make it the cleanest city in the world and all that. What's a load of rubbish? Because he's forcing black cab drivers to buy electric, which at the face of it is a very good thing to clean up London air at £62,500 a pop. But he's just allowed a private hire company to buy 1,200 Euro 6 diesel engine cars, Volkswagens, and he's just signed a contract with Via Van, buses on demand, to use the bus lanes, again, Euro 6 diesel. So where is he coming from?
I thought that black cabs were immune to this new charge.
We're not talking about the charge, we're talking about cleaning up London air. If he's really...
But that's what the charge is for.
But why is he allowing a private hire company to buy 1,200 Euro 6 diesel engines? Cars. Volkswagen Charan.
Well, on the other hand, the private to hire people are in a giant fit, because they are claiming that his pollution charge is racist. Apparently.
Yes, I know. Well, how pathetic is that? How pathetic is that?
Well,
so if all these 114,000 private hire drivers, why don't they do the knowledge and become black cab drivers, and it's all one level playing field?
Yeah, well, it's probably not. I mean, I know that it's the decision that you have you made. It's the life that you chose, but it's probably not a good idea to go into that business from this moment on, is it?
No, that's fine.
Artificial intelligence is about to render your business, dead.
Yes. It could be. But
perhaps.
Why is he forcing one section of the transport system to buy electric and only electric, but he's allowing another part of the transport system to buy Euro diesels? So someone should ask him that question and say, what's good for the goose should be good for the gander.
I thought that every cab that wasn't a black cab in London was one of those Honda Leafs or whatever they're called. What are they called? They're all the same.
No, they're Priuses.
Priuses, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they don't squirt out much poison, do they?
I've got no idea what they do, mate. I wouldn't drive one and I wouldn't own one, so there you go.
Right, okay.
I just wanted to say my piece about...
well, it sounds like you did. Excellent work. Thanks a lot, Angelos. 0345 6060 973. I should have asked him if he would go south of the river after midnight.
No.
Probably the answer. You take me to Brixton after midnight?
Negative.
Okay, then. This text says, if people cared about the planet, the Green Party would be one of the two main parties. People only care about themselves, and they don't want to do anything. They want to leave it to others to sort out. Well, the Green Party is quite large in Europe. Oh, damn it, I said it. I said the E word. I think they are quite large in Europe, aren't they? I think they're significantly larger than Nigel Farage's lot. John in Bayswater says, warning, warning, just thought the UK might like to be reminded just 27 days and 40 minutes till we go over the cliff edge.
Warning, warning.
And Sam says, we're just going to move to Mars. Well, if you do, and Matt Damon offers you some chips, just say no. Well, just say no, thank you. I mean, good manners don't cost nothing, do they? Here in Prestatyn, which I know very well, is Richard. Richard.
Yes, hello, Nick. How are you?
I am great, mate.
Jolly good.
Is Prestatyn anything like I used to remember from my childhood? Almost certainly not.
It's changed very significantly.
Yes, it has. I can remember going out the back in the allotments, in the back of my grandparents' house. There was a church across the allotments, and it's all a charmless car park now, I believe. They used to call for their dog. Used to be a black dog, and it was named something that I can't actually say on the air, which was a common thing to call black dogs back then. You used to go down the high street. There was a church at the top of that high street there. I heard good things about Prestatyn's high street.
Yes. It's thankfully it hasn't suffered that significantly.
Yeah. I remember going into Woolworths, of course. Woolworths used to be right at the top of the high street there, and that closed down. And other than that, I can't recall.
And Woolworths is now Home Bargains.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure it's excellent in every regard.
Indeed.
Right. So, what's up?
Right. Well, I just wanted to sort of address the point with regard to air pollution and whatnot. I lived in London until I was 22 years of age. And, of course, I remember very significantly, the buses, the taxis and everything chugging out fumes. And that probably contributed towards my asthma.
Yes.
And now, I don't know what's happened to rectify that, but certainly the last time we were in London a couple of years ago, I did notice that a certain number of black cabs were still diesel-engined.
Well, all of them are. Well, not exactly all of them. There's a few battery ones, I think. Some of those bigger, new, squarer ones. I don't think they run on diesel, but other than that, almost all of them are.
Right. So obviously that doesn't help. And I think there needs to be more investment in bringing back sort of tram systems and maybe trolley buses as well.
They were going to do that down Oxford Street. They've been talking about that for as long as I can recall, and I think the decision was just made, and they've decided not to do it anymore. It just doesn't make any sense at all. I mean, why anybody would want to go shopping on Oxford Street is just a mystery to me. It's just a hideous street with nothing that anyone would want to go to, bar like one or two shops that you can find elsewhere. But millions do. It's like London's most famous shopping street. People come from all over the world to go to that hideous road, which would be much better if it didn't have any traffic going down it. But apparently that's too much to ask.
Well, of course, and it's not just Oxford Street either. It's Tottenham Court Road as well, and Charing Cross Road. You just get absolutely choked with
you do.
Traffic fumes,
That's right.
don't you?
I take my life in my hands every time I come to work.
Yes, and I just wanted to say as well that most recently we left 10 years ago from Manchester, and the pollution there was a significant problem as well.
Well, it's beginning to sound like you. It's you, Richard. It's beginning to sound a little bit too coincidental.
While they've introduced some hybrid buses into Manchester, there's still a significant amount of buses that are diesel.
Yeah, we're using ancient technology. We have the technology to move along, but apparently we haven't got in the fifth richest economy in the world. We haven't got the money to buy buses that don't kill you.
Yes, and yet, believe it or not, they want to spend billions and billions on this ridiculous HS2 project.
I mean, does anybody actually believe that that's going to happen now? I think it's just going to be one of the most embarrassing chapters in British political history. I mean, why even think of doing it in the first place, to shave 10 minutes off getting to and from Birmingham? It's just madness.
Well, I don't see why you need another route that's going from north to south in the country. I think really you need to have something that goes cross-country, because we don't have an infrastructure in that regard.
Yeah, Leeds, Manchester, Liverpool, that kind of thing.
Yes, absolutely. And also Norfolk, maybe over to Wales as well, because...
Norfolk?
Well, yes. Well, I have...
What's in Norfolk?
Well, I have to say that because my mother lives in
Norfolk.
Oh,
I see. Your mother lives in Norfolk. Well, yeah. You'd want to get home very, very quickly.
Well, exactly. And from Prestatyn, I have to go into London... and
then out.
And then come back out of London.
Yeah, right. It's not you being selfish or anything, but you just want very, very fast service from Prestatyn to your mum's house.
Yes,
Yes.
that's right.
Okay. I'll see what I can do. All right, thanks a lot, Richard. Leave it with me. 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Email nicka@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. So some cab drivers in London have been complaining about this new pollution charge that's coming in. I know that sounds extraordinary, that cab drivers would have a negative, strong opinion about something. Hard to believe, isn't it? So I'll come to that in a minute, and plenty else besides. But meanwhile, let me remind you about my Super Soaraway podcast. If you've got half an hour and wish to be amused, then I recommend it. If you're an Apple person, then you can find it on the Global Player app with all the other podcasts and stuff that we do, and I think you'll find that a delight. If you're not, then at the moment it is unavailable on that app, but you can find it wherever they do good podcasts. Ask for it by name, The Nick Abbott Habit.
Eddie Mair, weekdays from 4 p.m. on LBC.
Would any different Prime Minister be doing a better job?
It's Oliver Robbins that has led most of these negotiations.
Yeah, I understand.
The PM is now...
I'm just wondering, because we're asking our listeners this hour...
For everyone who wants a better deal from their broadband, for everyone who wants their price to stay put for the whole of their contract, this one's for you. At TalkTalk, we've got Britain's lowest fixed price fibre. It's just $19.95 a month for 18 months. That's lower than every other major provider, with no mid-contract price rises. And you get our powerful Wi-Fi hub for our strongest signal yet. These are just some of the reasons we're the U-Switch most popular broadband provider for 2019. So don't miss Britain's lowest fixed price fibre. Now just $19.95 a month for 18 months with no setup fee. Offer ends 14th of March. Search TalkTalk Fibre. TalkTalk, for everyone. For new customers only, T's and C's apply.
Wouldn't it be nice to keep things you normally lose? Your favourite scarf, your train of thought, or your mobile data. Because with most other networks, you get to the end of the month and your data is, well, never to be seen again. But unlike anyone else, with Sky Mobile you can roll and keep all your unused data for up to 3 years. You can do all sorts with your unused data, like get money off your next bill if you change your plan. Sky Mobile. Hello, possible.
Full terms and conditions at sky.com/mobile.
Hello, are you inquiring about leasing a van?
Yes.
Please reply after the beep.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that. Was that, no, you don't want to lease a van?
No, why would I call?
I heard, no, you don't want to lease a van.
At Ford Lease, we think dealing with a person is, well, more human. Visit one of our Ford Transit centres so we can help you find the right finance plan and commercial vehicle to suit your business. Search Ford Lease for more information. Ford. Together we go further.
Provided by ALD Automotive Limited, BS 16 7LB.
You know that feeling you're getting about the Everton-Liverpool game? That's me. I'm your hunch. I'm pumped because this one's going to shake up the season. Two of the big boys, head to head. And as if that's not exciting enough, Betway are offering Bet 5, get 10 on it. So listen up. There are a lot of things we need to talk about. Heed your hunch with Betway. Get a £10 free bet when you bet £5 on any Bet Your Way market on Everton-Liverpool.
Single bets at odds of 2 to 1 or over. 18 plus. T's and C's apply. Bet the responsible way.
When you hear a PPI commercial like this, you think, I wonder if I ever did have PPI. And maybe I should claim with the deadline being announced. And then you think, oh, but I'm not sure where my paperwork is. So you end up doing nothing. Well, here's the easiest thing in the world to do. Just text the word START to 66777 and the claims guys will conduct a free search to discover if you ever had PPI. And then you can decide to pursue the claim yourself or get the claims guys to do it for you. Text START to 66777 now.
The claims guys.
Have some tech on us. Search BT Broadband and join by 14th of March. BT. Be there.
Prices may change. New customers £37.99 for month 19. Terms apply.
Nick Abbott on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
I enjoy working with people.
Sure, why not? Barry in Burton-on-Trent says, the recent weather is due to the lack of cloud. That's all. Painful, ain't it? So, ordinarily, in the winter, when there's no cloud, it usually gets up to 70 degrees, does it, Barry? Southwark. Hello, Dave.
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me all right?
I can, Dave.
Okay. Right. First, a couple things. The most polluting vehicles on the road inside of London, besides the, like the old diesel type buses, is the London black cab. Yeah, but the black cab is exempt from is going to be exempt from the ULEZ charge because I don't know, they made some kind of deal with the mayor.
Yes.
Right. And,
but hang on a minute. How do you know that they're the most polluting?
They did a survey. They did an independent survey, and they found this out. But
well, I wouldn't be surprised.
Right.
I mean, if we take vans out and lorries out and buses out, then black cabs are probably next.
Yeah. But not only that. How are they gonna manage to bring goods and things from point A to point B? They need diesel engines and they need diesel fuel because it's the petrol engine is not going to be used on a lorry. Well, neither is an electric powered lorry going to be working.
Well, they just have to pay a fine. That's all.
Yeah, so like £100 every single day.
Well, I don't know how much it is.
Yeah,
I mean, how much is your life worth? I mean, you laugh, but that's the point, isn't it? See, nobody wants to change their life. Nobody wants to pay any more tax, but everybody wants everything given to them on a plate. We want everything, but we don't want to pay for anything.
Yeah. All right, you're right there. But the second thing is the same study where I got the information for the London black cabs being the most pollutant vehicles on the road in London, behind buses and everything. So the second thing was that they just did the same study that they did. They tested a brand new Renault Clio diesel engine. I guess a brand new Land Rover. I think it's a Discovery. I think it was but it was both diesel engines.
Yeah.
And the Renault didn't do so well against the Land Rover.
What?
Because
did they actually switch the Land Rover on?
Yeah, of course. That's the same thing because people normally they were saying, wow, they couldn't believe it neither because the Land Rover is known to be a very pollutant. Well, the diesel model anyway.
Well, it's a huge car with a big engine.
Yeah, but
I mean, you could fit a Renault Clio. A woman could fit a Renault Clio in her handbag.
Yeah, and no, well, I would have thought so too until I seen the survey, and it was an independent firm that did the survey in real world testing, meaning it's not like just the MOT. They went out and drove around.
So they used science and everything. Yes.
Yeah, and they used they stuck something in some kind of emissions tester in the exhaust while driving around.
No doubt.
Normal situations. Yeah. So anyway, the Renault Clio brand new diesel is on the very lowest band of the emissions.
Yeah, you know what, Dave? It doesn't make no difference. It still is chucking out pollutants out the back of its car. And it doesn't matter if one's slightly less than the other. It doesn't make any difference. They're all polluting the air.
No, but this is the point I'm getting to. I know. The point is that my car emits lower. It's on the emissions. I have a 2012 Jaguar XF. Yeah, it's a diesel. Now, on my logbook, it says 128 grams per kilometer for the emissions. Yeah, and it's very clean. So
it's not clean though. I mean, if you turn it on in the garage and close the garage door, then call me up and tell me how clean it is.
But that's going to happen with petrol engine anyway. If you do the same thing, if you turn on your car in the garage with the engine on, you're gonna asphyxiate?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's the same thing. It's not just for. But the point I'm getting to is that why are they penalizing every single diesel driver? Or rather, why people that they're penalizing people that drive?
Well, because we come to find out that diesel is the thing that we should actually be concerned about. And please disregard everything that Gordon Brown has said on this matter. We're still not missing you, Gordon, by the way, in case you were wondering.
Yeah. Oh, one more thing. I heard the reason why the mayor is gonna put the ULEZ charge in on top of the T charge and the regular congestion charge is because he messed up the budget for TfL. I don't know how true that is, but you know.
Well, it may or may not be true, but it doesn't prevent it from being a fact. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Thanks a lot, Dave. Good work. Keep the research up. It doesn't matter whether it's a petrol car or a diesel car or any of these kind of things. Unless it is electric, unless it is actually zero emissions, then it should, in very short order, not be allowed to drive in any major towns or cities. And the only way that that's going to happen is if the government makes it happen. And by doing that, they're going to have to make themselves unpopular, which means that they won't do it. It'll be tiny little moves like this, which won't make any difference. I am actually stunned, because I thought, wow, the Mayor of London is really making some massive progress here, and I'm kind of surprised that he is, because I thought that an ultra-low emissions zone was going to be just that. Only cars that have an ultra-low emissions thing are going to be allowed in London. But that's not true at all. I could drive a 5-litre limousine through London and I'd still get no charge. That's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, why bother? I think that to me, it looks like the mayor is doing something to make it look like he's doing something without actually doing anything too radical that's going to upset too many people, too many potential voters. I am very disappointed with you, Sadiq Khan. Sadiq can't, more like. Let's have a call in Langley. Hello, John.
Hello there.
Hello there.
Yeah, I am there indeed. I was almost laughing at your last comment bit. I just want to make the point that in addition to the pollution from the cars, I mean, we're going to have a third runway in the near future with lots of additional planes.
Madness.
And also there's an incinerator down the road from me which is burning 40 tons of waste into the air every hour. I mean, how serious is anyone about air pollution if they're letting these things happen?
Open fires should be banned. Barbecues should be banned.
Open fires, massive incinerator burning everything from radioactive hospital waste to whatever.
Well, yes, I understand that. But if millions of people are also at home enjoying, log fires in their homes,
no, I think they're banned, aren't they, in London area? Log fires and open fires. I thought that was the case.
Are they?
I think so.
Well, not round my way they aren't. Well, if they are banned, then nobody's paying the slightest bit of attention. People are always burning garden waste.
People with wood burns. I've got a neighbour who does that, yes. But
yeah.
But I say, this idea, I mean, if you think about the hundreds of extra planes and pollution that will create, I mean,
staggering.
Who's really bothered about the air quality?
It's madness.
It's why even talk about we're trying to solve it? Why not just accept we're all going to die young with whatever?
Because that is defeatist talk, John. We've got to do something, and we have to do something now. And politicians are going to have to realise that they're going to have to do something that is going to upset some people. And I know that sort of rubs them up the wrong way. They don't like doing that. But the only way that, if science is correct, then the only way that we're going to save the planet for the future generations is by doing something now. So, I suppose, we're screwed then, because we won't. You know we won't. And the reason is, it's not a politician's fault, it's our fault. You know, these kids, when they, recently when they went on a strike, grown-ups were just moaning and whining at the wall. What do they know, these stupid kids? They should get back to school and learn their multiplication table like we used to do in the good old days. You know, those people. It was just, volleys of criticism. Whereas those children, did you see that video of these nice little kids who went to, I think it was Dianne Feinstein's office, some Democrat senator, and she basically gave them a damn good thrashing for being so not impotent. What's the word that's near impotent? Doesn't mean impotent. It means rude. Not intemperate. It's I should just pick another word and move on.
Impertinent? No.
Impertinent, yes. To have the impertinence to question her. This ancient old crone, about 150 years old, she said to these kids, don't tell me about the climate. I've been doing this job for 20 or 30 years. I know what I'm doing. Well, yes, Diane Feinstein, I think that's her name. You may have been doing that job for 30 years, but you ain't done nothing about it, have you? Grown-ups don't like being schooled by kids. And only when you are at that age, a young age, is it often the case that you can actually see what's going on, because you don't look through the fog of adult responsibility and prejudice. We should listen to the kids more. We should listen to the kids more. Hey kids,
stop whining.
0345. Now, it's pretty funny that the right wing of the Conservative Party all seem to be falling in line. They tried and they tried and they tried to get what they want, and then they couldn't get what they want, so they said, well, all right then. Oh, okay then. Whatever. Sir Graham Brady, the leader of the influential Tory backbench committee, said, he said, I couldn't vote for the agreement in its original form. I proposed an amendment at the end of January that showed the way to an acceptable compromise by seeking a legally binding guarantee that the Irish backstop could only be temporary. The EU don't want the backstop, and we don't want the backstop, and the Irish don't want the backstop. Nobody wants the backstop. So why's the big deal about it being putting it in legal terms that it's only going to be temporary? Nobody wants it. Of course it's only going to be temporary, but it's not a backstop. It's not an insurance policy. If it ends arbitrarily at some point in the future that we just pluck out of the air. I knew this would happen. Completely correct in every respect. Way back when I said Mrs. M would put her deal to the House and it would get rejected. Well, she did, and it was. And I said if she'll put it again, the exact same thing, it's just that she'll put Plan B on the front cover, but everything inside will be the same, and MPs will go, well, that's completely different. Now I totally agree. They're all going to just fall in line. All you got to do is stick it out, Mrs. M. You're almost at the finish line. And so somebody better tell Nigel Farage he's going to have to he can cancel his march. You don't have to put on your walking shoes, Nige. About what we were talking about in the last hour, just wipe some of these messages up. Jack in Manchester says, the message to people about climate change is too vague and too scattergun. People won't change until they've been given specifics as to what they need to do, i.e. laws and regulations. Well, politicians are concerned about giving us laws and regulations because they know we won't like it. You can be as specific as you like. I mean, how specific is it that the UN said we've got 10 years to save the planet? I mean, how much more specific do you need? Time's running out. Do something now. This text says, all the people who said diesel was better than petrol should have been forced to get stuck behind one at a traffic light on a bicycle every day. Well, that was because it was Gordon Brown, wasn't it? Yeah, gorgeous Gordon Brown. I think it was his fault. Well, he was going on misinformation. I mean, precisely, you just need to stand behind a diesel car and you will know how pollutant they are. And loud, by the way. Mike says, sick of people talking about electric cars being the solution. Until electricity is produced by renewables, the pollution is just being redistributed. Plus, I think you'll find your 14-year-old car pollutes worse than my 14-year-old bicycle. Get off your high horse, sir. I don't have a 14-year-old car. I can only dream of having a 14-year-old car. I've got a 21-year-old car. What? Exactly. And I'm not on my high horse. I think that I'm doing my bit to save the environment by hanging on to my 21-year-old car. Because if I ditch it and buy a new one, well, first of all, I haven't got the money to buy a new one, but if I did, then the pollution that would be put into making that new car would far outweigh the pollution that I would save by not driving my old one. But that's neither here nor there. I'm perfectly willing to accept the penalty on the few occasions that I do drive into London. I was ready to do that, thinking that the roads will be clear and there'll be no end of places to park because nobody else will be driving in. Because it'll be an ultra-low emission zone of only battery cars. And that old line about electric cars run on electricity that also causes pollution to create, oh, come off it. You can't possibly think that there's as much pollution created to produce energy as there is by having millions of cars idling at traffic lights. That's just nonsense. That's just another excuse not to do anything. You see the resistance? You can tell people that the Earth is in danger and they still will just find any excuse to ignore you. That's been most of the comments that I've had so far. Oh, well, we don't mind if you do something, just as long as I don't personally have to do anything. It's pathetic. It's called short-termism, and it's what will do for mankind. And by the way, electricity is produced by renewables. And nuclear power, although it obviously has its problems, that doesn't produce actual pollution of the kind that the coal-fired power stations used to, or still do. And people object to renewable energy, those wind farms. Oh, we don't want one of those around my way. It's just pathetic. I think the human race deserves everything it gets. Fran says pollution from 2 major airport activities over and around London is never mentioned. Well, apart from that caller that just mentioned it. And all that fuel dumping overhead. Lovely. They dump fuel overhead. Yeah, and other things, by the way. Can't imagine what they dump out of the back of a plane.
Disgusting.
But at least it's blue. If it was any other colour, might not be quite so nice. Might not be quite so acceptable if a chunk of ice of another colour fell through your roof. But if it's blue... Lovely. Here's a call in Wembley. Hello, John.
Hello, Nicholas. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Can you hear me all right? I'm on the old Land 3.
Well, it's not that great, but go ahead.
All right, let me try this then, mate. How's this done? 1 minute.
Take all the time you need, John. It's a live show.
Is that any better, sir?
No, but go on.
No, I was just trying to argue the case for the diesel engine, you know, Nick.
Yes.
When I say I argue the case, it's the fuel that we're putting in it, Nick. It is the best. It is the best engine in the world, really, you know.
Well, it just flat out isn't. It's the devil's petrol, diesel.
Who told you that?
I'm telling you that.
Well, you telling me that? It's the fuel that they put in it, Nick.
Yeah, it's awful.
You can run it on non-fossil fuel.
You could run a diesel engine on non-fossil fuel. Like what?
Yeah. You can run it on your old cooking oil.
Well, that's...
Or your old chip oil.
Right.
I've done it. Well, I've actually done it.
I don't recommend it.
I've proved it.
In what? I wouldn't recommend it. What kind of a vehicle is that then? A tractor?
No, it was a little Peugeot turbo diesel.
You can run a Peugeot. You can run a Peugeot on chip fat.
On chip fat. I'll tell you what I run it on. I run it on 1 litre. 1 litre of it was a litre of diesel. Yeah. Okay. Just to kind of loosen it out. 3 part cooking oil. And 20 millilitres of a good old white rum, John. White rum, Nicholas. I swear down, and it ran like the clappers.
Yeah, I bet. I bet it sounded like it was clapping itself to death.
That's a great little car. But it is about the fuel, and it's non-fossil. Non-fossil fuel, it can be run, and we could grow our own fuel. Can you imagine that, Nick?
Yeah, but it doesn't really... That's not really the issue about whether it's fossil fuel or not. It's polluting fuel. You burn chip fat, and it will produce all sorts of carcinogens, John.
But not the ones that will kind of cause our asthma and cause all sorts of problems. The real problem one are the ones that we burn with the fossil fuels. Those are the ones that produce the ones that give us the asthma. And the other ones are just natural, innit? It'd be like throwing cooking oil on a fire.
Yeah, but you throw cooking oil on a fire and the smoke that's produced make birds fly upside down.
I don't know about that, Nick. You'd have to put it on a gauge, and you would see non-pollutants. So the pollutants that we're trying to get away from that are causing a lot of the problems.
Right. Well, you certainly have given us a lot of thought, John, and thanks for the education. I appreciate it.
All right, son. And I can look after your old car if you want me to, Nick. I'm a good mechanic, mate.
Right. What do you mean by look after?
I could service it, keep it going for you.
Oh, I see.
Don't mind looking after it for you.
I thought you were threatening me. All right. Okay. I'll give it some thought. Thanks a lot, John. 0345 6060 973. Malcolm from Hampton Hill says, it don't make no difference. Grammar. Pedant. Chris says, since when did our population become so gullible? This is nothing more than a revenue-raising con. Oh, for crying out loud. Morons. We're surrounded by morons. This is exactly what I'm talking about. You tell people that they're in great danger, that the earth that we're living on, it will be significantly harmed by the route that we're taking, and people will receive that information and say, as with one voice, oh no it isn't, based on no information of any kind other than just some nonsense they read on Facebook. The amount of times I've heard that climate change is just a con. It's the kind of thing that, in fact, I think he did. Donald Trump said that. He used his smarts to come to that conclusion.
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
Yeah, I don't trust you, Donny. Nobody trusts you. You're going to jail. They're going to build a big, beautiful wall around you.
I care what this guy thinks.
No! 0345 6060 973. I can't believe that I've been corrected on my grammar. I said, it don't make no difference, do it. And somebody has texted in with quoting me and then chastising me in capital letters with an exclamation mark. They want me to go and sit in the corner and think about what I've done and to take this with me. It doesn't matter whether you use correct grammar or not, as long as you express yourself. I mean, look at Shakespeare. He was all over the shop. He couldn't even figure out how to spell his own name. It's just it's a stylization. That's all. Everybody styles the language to their own requirements, innit? That's INNIT, innit? Claire in Yorkshire says, how come you're so poor and can't afford a new car when Steve Allen drives a Bentley? A Bentley? What? You're joking. Steve Allen drives a Bentley? Oh, for crying out loud. What kind of a Bentley does he drive?
A nice one.
Shut up. He does not.
He does.
Is it a new one? Please tell me it's not a new one.
I don't know much more than...
Please tell me it's an ancient beige canoe.
I think it might be a classic. I don't know for sure though.
Right, because if he's bought a new one, then I think I'm going to kill myself. I can't believe it. Anyway, Claire says, how come you're so poor you can't afford a new car? Steve Allen drives a Bentley. She says, you're the second or third best presenter on LBC. Wait, what? Tell management you're worth more, says Claire in Yorkshire. That's a lie, Claire. I am not worth more. I'm a failure. Why have I always been a failure? That's what I say. I don't go on holiday, and I don't go out to eat, and I don't go to the theatre, and I don't go to the cinema, and I don't buy clothes. My life's a catastrophe. I sweated over buying a mattress today. This is the first mattress I've bought in about for the bed that I'm talking about, for about 30 years. Isn't that awful?
Disgusting.
And I just sweated over this decision for hours, because I'm going to be doing overnights for the next couple of weeks. I'm sitting in on the 1 o'clock in the morning show. And so I thought the mattress I used last night was just terrible. So I thought, okay, I can't not sleep for the next couple of weeks, so I'm going to buy a new mattress. That won't cost more than about 15 quid, I thought. So I looked it up on the internet. Imagine my surprise. What? When it was, £500. And I just thought about it and thought about it and thought about it. I think I've taken a wrong turn somewhere. James in Yateley says diesel is not polluting, but also is not only polluting, but also unfriendly to vegans and veggies. 5% of the diesel that you put in your vehicle is animal fats. And okay. So don't drink diesel then, I think, is particularly if you're a vegan. The things you learn on this show, it's an education, ain't it? Jay in Staines says, I just watched a documentary on Netflix about the increase in the number of people who believe that the world is flat. They ignore all the facts and simply close down any objection. It's so scary that these people walk among us. I'm afraid stupidity will be the downfall of the human race much sooner than global warming and pollution. Well, stupidity will increase global warming and pollution because people refuse to believe anything that they haven't already chosen that it is true. I know that was a very very inelegant sentence, but I think you get the drift. I saw a video of some dope who... I've mentioned this before. I couldn't believe what I was looking at. I just assumed that he was joking, but he wasn't. He was explaining how the world is flat by use of a rain simulation. And he held up a ball and he poured water on the ball and he said, look, the water falls off. Therefore, the world must be flat, because then he held up a plate and he poured the water on it, and the water stayed on the plate, of course, as water stays on the planet, thereby proving that the world is not round, because the water would fall off. These people are voting. Can you believe that? They're also reproducing.
Oh, no.
Yeah. You should pass a test before you're allowed to reproduce. I've said that before. Is anybody paying the slightest bit of attention to what I say?
No.
This is very important. Make notes. Let's have Chichester. Hello, Michael.
Oh, hello there.
Hello there.
Nick. Hi, Nick. Hi, good evening. I was too busy listening to everything you're saying. Yeah, it's just an interesting point on Brexit, and I just wondered what your thoughts.
Oh, he mentioned the B word.
I know, Battle of Brexit. I just thought that, we were talking about the US goods coming in at a lower price than we can buy them from the EU. But if that actually started, perhaps my thoughts were that the EU would then try and compete with the US and lower the prices of their goods that they sell to us.
No, but the US already exists, as does the EU, and they haven't done that yet, so why would they do it afterwards?
Well, that's only if we obviously break, have a clean break and go on to WTO rules. But I just thought that, there must be a glimmer of hope and some good news out there.
Well, you don't think that the EU, the remaining 27 countries with 510 million people, are going to bow to us now, to lower themselves to our standards, just so that they can get their food into our markets, to compete with America in our markets? That would make no sense at all.
Why not?
Because if they were going to do that, they would have done it to sell to America already. There being 350 million people in America.
Yeah, they couldn't sell their goods to America at the prices they're charging, whereas they seem to be able to do that to us at the moment. So,
that's because our standards are all the same.
Correct. Yeah. Exactly. Well, there is this issue over standards. I can accept that. Maybe they'll have to change their rules there as well.
In Europe?
Otherwise, yeah, possibly.
I think you are ascribing too much importance to us as a market. The inner European market is much more important than them selling their stuff to us.
Mm. The other thing I was looking at some other stats.
You're just ignoring everything I just said.
Well, I'm not really ignoring it.
Okay, then.
None of us. We can't actually, we're not analysts. There's not been any sort of true analysis given to us. No real answers. No actuarial reports have been made. of what is going to happen, whether we stay in or go out or leave the EU. Particularly in leaving the EU, that's where.
What, concerning food standards, you mean?
Well, not just standards, but prices and the exchange of goods.
Well, if America is allowed unfettered access to sell us chlorinated chicken and hormone pumped up beef and all of that other disgusting stuff that they sell over there, then our farmers are going to have to race to the bottom of the standards barrel in order to compete. And that means that they won't be able to sell their products to Europe, which is their biggest market. So British farming is going to get wiped out either way. Which is ironic because British farmers voted en masse to leave the European Union.
Perhaps they know better than us. They know something that they're not disclosing to us.
Who do?
And this is what worries me about the government.
The farmers.
True analysis. The true analysis and the truth has not been disclosed to us.
The truth of what?
Well, all the facts, if you have a business plan, if you start up in business, you'll have a business plan. You have to present that to your bank manager or your lenders or even to yourself if you don't have to borrow anything.
Yeah.
And no business plan has been put forward by a credible business plan has been put forward by all the brains behind the government, all the actuarial.
The brains behind the government. Really?
Yeah, what brains?
Okay, then.
Okay, we know they're politicians. One other point.
Well, they went into this, but see, somebody who's running a business plans for the future based on where they think they're going to go. Our government didn't plan for where we are going now because they didn't think we were going to go this way.
Well, they were pathetic, weren't they?
Well, I think we're discussing you, David Cameron. We're still not missing you, by the way, Dave. If we ever do, we know where we'll find you, in the shed where they keep the tools.
Well, they're graduates and politicians that just have a good memory. That's all they've got. Nothing else. They haven't got common sense or credibility or experience.
Well, you know what, Michael? That's our fault, because we had choices when we voted, and we voted for the people that we've got. So it's not their fault necessarily, it's our fault.
I think they shot themselves in the foot. There's no doubt about it. Politics and the way this country is run has got to change in the near future. How soon that's going to be, I don't know. But one other point that I just wanted to make is I was looking at the poverty charts between all the EU countries and ourselves, and we're listed at 20% of our population is on the poverty line.
According to who? The UN?
Or Wikipedia, one of the two. Yeah, wherever they get their stats. Well, they weren't just picking on the EU. They're talking about all the countries, and Mexico 49%. But what's interesting is that Australia is only 1%. That's outside of the EU. Austria's 1%. Bosnia's 4%. The EU
Bosnia. Bosnia.
Honestly, you cannot believe it. Check it out.
Well, I don't believe it.
Yeah.
Well, who created this list? I ask again, because that's important. I mean, was it Dave down the chippy?
No, it was.
Well, who was it then?
Probably Dave Cameron down the chippy. Yeah, you could be right there. But also, no, it's definitely on Wikipedia. And Romania's 20%, Spain's 20%. Turkey.
Wait a minute. This country is on 20%, and Romania is also on 20%. Romania.
21%. Honestly, it's shocking.
Right. Well, I don't believe that. They can't be comparing country to country. They must be comparing within each country.
Possibly. Well, no. Some of the stats look credible. Brazil.
Because I'm sure that the poverty line in this country is significantly higher than the poverty line would be in Romania. I mean, what is the poverty line in this country? Is it 15,000 a year, 20,000, 10? What?
Yeah,
earnings. I would expect that whatever the cutoff point is in this country, it would be significantly lower in Romania. I mean, no offence to the Romanians, but I've got no idea what their lifestyle is like there, but I'm sure it's significantly worse than here.
Italy's worse, that's for sure. It's 29%, and that's why you get a lot of Italians coming to live here when you'd expect them to want to live in their own country. The things aren't that great in Italy, as we all know. So I just think that, we're not doing that well by being members of the EU. And what's shocking about that, and look at this in common sense terms, we're the...
No, hang on. There's two different things that you're saying here. One is, or rather, you're saying one thing, but I think there's two things that you're not actually attending to. One may be that if there's a significant number of people that are living below an income level that would qualify as being in poverty, but the country itself is very rich. The GDP is enormous.
No,
Well, they're the fifth largest economy in the world. There's no getting around that. It's true. The problem is the distribution of wealth. If the wealth that we create in this country was distributed more evenly, then there wouldn't be any poverty in this country. But, of course, and I know that people are reaching for their phones to shout at me about that being a politics of envy. And Stalin called them useful idiots. People who will vote for things that are not in their best interest. Michael, pass the news. The next call momentarily. Jim says the Netherlands ceased all fracking last year after it caused billions worth of damage to properties through subsidence, leaving homes crumbling and uninhabitable. I didn't read that. Really? Is that true? So naturally, after seeing what's happened over there, the UK government is not going to allow any fracking, says Jim. Oh no, that's right. They're issuing licences left, right and centre. What could possibly go wrong? Well, we know, near Blackpool, methane emissions. Which may have something to do with fracking, or it just might be the locals. Jack says the climate change message at the moment is like shouting at a crowd of 70 million people, the world's going to explode, and expecting people to suddenly sort things out amongst themselves. What people are actually doing is looking at each other, shrugging their shoulders, and then carrying on. Not enough people are taking responsibility and taking charge. Well, you know what? There's something to that. But I suspect that the reason that politicians are not taking charge and taking responsibility is because we, 70 million people, don't want them to. Oh, we want them to do something. It's just that we personally don't want to have our lives changed in any way. We don't want to have to pay for it. We don't want to have to change our lives. We don't want to have to leave our car at home and take the bus. Robin Chertsey says, children are being misinformed on climate change. The UK is best at reducing CO2. We've reduced it by 38% to 1890 levels and plan to reduce it by 80%. Protests should be on China and India, who are building 2 coal-fired power stations every week. And that's the other argument, that, other countries are polluting, so we don't need to do anything. As though we can't unilaterally make a difference. Harlesden. Hello, Barry.
Hello, Nick. Good evening.
Barry.
Yeah, this, the cab drivers, yeah? If they all had, like lorry drivers, they had the tag meters, tachographs, so then they're only allowed to work a certain limited hours per day.
Yeah.
Because instead of them, like, parking up, sitting in their cars, waiting for the next fare with the engine running, falling asleep or whatever, and then they've got to go and pick up the next fare.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I feel a bit relentless to get in the back of the car when I see a guy that has just woken up. Whereas if we can find out what their hours are, then surely that would decrease people that are coming into town. Actually, cab drivers, whether they be black cab drivers or licensed cab drivers, and it would help decrease the motorists actually in the city.
Perhaps, but yes. I mean, but if there was a lack of cab drivers, if there was more demand than there were available cabs, then that would just increase the number of cabs, surely. So it'd be the same number of rumbling engines. It would just be a different
format, I suppose. The other thing also was, the danger of getting into a cab where you don't know how long that cab driver's been awake. So there's another side to the penny, so to speak.
Well, that's part of the EU working hours directive, isn't it? Which people were complaining about that too.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
About doctors. You know, junior doctors never get ill in August. I think it's August, isn't it, when junior doctors put on a white coat for the very first time and start their doctoring. Never get ill in August. Not now, not ever, never.
Not ever. Because, funny enough, I was in the doctors the other day, and my doctors and a few of her colleagues were all having meetings. And for my benefit, the more meetings they have, you know, it's on their time as well. They're not getting paid for it. It's on their time. And a small digress to your bedding, Nick. Maybe you might find a mattress top-up. You know, like...
A top-up?
One side... Yeah, it's like you put it on top. It's like one side's for winter, one side's for summer.
Oh, a topper?
Yeah, it's called a mattress top-up.
No, it's called a topper. Not a top-up. That's when you go to the bar and they don't fill your pint up enough.
Yeah.
It's a topper, as in it sits on the top.
Oh, a topper?
Yeah, a topper, yeah. It's a topper.
A topper?
Yeah, not a top-up.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Okay.
All right, good talk to you.
If you say so, I'm not going to disagree with you, Nick.
I do say so, Barry.
I know, you're the man. What can I say?
All right, thanks a lot, Barry. Cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. About halfway through there, I thought it did sound a little bit like a dirty call, didn't it? A little bit. I was wondering, I hope he's got some clothes on. About halfway through that call, I thought, I feel sticky. Hello, Nick. Yes, the EU European working directive. People moaning about that they can't drive their lorries for 86 hours a day. Well, good job. Because if you drive too long, well, you just shouldn't drive too long. I can't drive an hour before it just my eyes start glazing over and I start lane drifting, particularly on the motorway. It's just motorway driving is so interesting.
Boring.
It couldn't be more dull. I think there's something about driving at 50, 60, 70 miles an hour that just puts you into a hypnotic trance. I just I start losing it a little bit. So yes, people should be prevented from driving and driving and driving and driving. Plus, people should be prevented from working 24-hour shifts as doctors, obviously. But the stupid idiots that are running this country are now have applied those rules to junior doctors, but junior doctors still graduate in the same number of years. So they're doing significantly less work before they graduate. It's just that the work that they're doing is such that they actually have some proper sleep while they're doing it. But they should have increased the period of time that it takes to train to be a doctor, while taking the very sensible precautions of actually insisting that they sleep every now and again while they're training. But no. The geniuses that are running this country decided that they were going to step in line with the European Working Hours Directive and stop junior doctors from doing 24-hour-a-day shifts, which is obviously completely crazy if they've got people's lives in their hands. But they weren't going to increase the period of training to compensate for those fewer hours that they are on the job. Ridiculous. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Peter says, oh, you do talk nonsense. What? The Germans are desperate to try to keep the market with UK. What? Their economy is very poor and they need our market. We need to leave on WTO and the Germans will be desperate to discuss exit and a transition period. That the reality, Nick. Yeah, I think you're about 2 years late with that opinion, Peter. The amount of times I heard that over the years. Oh, don't worry about it. The evil European overlords will bow to our every demand because the German manufacturers will insist on it. Yeah, how's that going, by the way?
Fabulous.
Chris says the Sun newspaper says that people who worry about American chickens are scaremongering. Would you believe it, says Chris. Madness. Scaremongering. Do we really need to talk about American chickens anymore?
No.
All right, then. The US ambassador to Great Britain, Woody Johnson, has come under fire from, here, there and everywhere, baby, by saying, chlorinated chickens, nothing to worry about. I bet he doesn't eat any. I bet they don't serve chlorinated chickens in the American ambassador's residence, do they? Jay Rayner, a television presenter, Observer columnist and MasterChef critic, said that the UK should tell Woody Johnson, the US ambassador to Britain, where he can stick his chlorinated chicken. He was writing in the True Blue right-wingers' right-wing paper, The Daily Telegraph, was Woody Johnson. And he basically said it's all Project Fear. Nothing to worry about. Chlorinated chicken and hormone-pumped-up beef arriving on supermarket shelves. He described it as a public safety no-brainer. In other words, you really do want your chicken washed with chlorine. It's good for you. That's his position. But and you might think, well, he would say that, wouldn't he? And yes, he would. Jay Rayner, the food critic, quoted a study by the University of Southampton that found chlorine washing does not kill pathogens. And that's why they wash chickens in chlorine, to kill pathogens. And by pathogens, we mean fecal matter.
Disgusting.
Yes, fecal matter on your chicken. Does anybody want that?
No.
That's why the Americans wash their chickens in chlorine. Not to make them come up whiter or more fluffy. It's got nothing to do with that. It's not like a Daz Bluey white. They wash them in chlorine to get the fecal matter off. Now, the position of the EU, and by extension this country, is that it's probably better not to get the fecal matter on the chicken meat in the first place. So you don't have to wash them in the chlorine. Now, does that sound like a good idea?
Yes.
Yeah, me too. I totally agree. Letting in chlorine-washed chicken would be literally harmful to the health of the nation, says Jay Rayner. And I believe him on food more than the US ambassador to Britain, Woody Johnson. What does he know about food? Nick Dearden of the campaign group Global Justice Now, which has warned about the implications of a US trade deal with the UK, says the reason US farmers do it is because their animals are raised in such cramped conditions that the only way to stop them becoming diseased is to dunk them in chlorine. He says it's an animal welfare issue here. If UK farmers want to compete against American imports, they'll have to lower standards or go out of business. Holy moly, that's precisely what I said yesterday. Completely correct in every respect. And the National Farmers Union have raised concerns over food safety and animal welfare standards. But don't worry, everybody, because the Prime Minister's office says there's nothing to worry about. That's what the government says. Gravelly-voiced caller to ask you what you were wearing. Well, I'm wearing flippers and a tutu. What's it got to do with you? Jim in Stain says the chlorine wash is not to remove fecal matter, but just to render it harmless. The fecal matter remains. Well, that's all right. I love the smell of fecal matter in the morning. It smells like, well, rather not say. And this tweet says there is a reason that American food is cheaper than European, and it's the same reason that Europe won't be reducing prices to compete post-Brexit. That reason is that US food is muck and European food is not. Well, that may be true. Americans seem to be being poisoned, and people that follow an American diet also seem to be being poisoned. The human race is being poisoned by giant food conglomerates. Whatever it is they're putting in their food is changing the shape of human beings. I've been saying this for years. It's not that we're eating more, it's that we're eating different. and men in white coats are paid a significant, and women, sexist, are paid a significant amount of money to come up with what they call the bliss point, the perfect combination of fat, sugar and salt that makes it impossible for us to stop eating. Once you start it, you can't stop. It's not an accident. They make it that way. And they put all sorts of things in the foods that we eat that make us addicted to it. And whatever it is that's in there, whether it be deliberate or just an accidental combination of things that they stick in the food, it's changing the shape of human beings. It's killing us, essentially. And it's undoubtable. It's undoubted that it started in America, but it is moving all over the world. Whichever place picks up an American-style diet, the people in that country are changing shape. So we really want to resist it as much as we possibly can. I mean, we're already one of the fattest countries on Earth. Let's see if we can reverse that, eh? Aylesbury. Hello, Mark.
Hello, Nick. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
Just first of all, I'd just like to commend you for being a consistent voice of reason throughout all the absolute maniac stuff that gets, put across the airways in every way, shape, and form that you care to mention. But just going back to what you're saying about.
Well, thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome. I mean, going back to what you're saying about, all the diesel stuff, and one of your previous callers had mentioned about running diesel vehicles on recycled frying oil.
Yeah.
Speaking as an HGV driver, and prior to that, I was actually a chef for a very long time. He's bang on the money, and I find it absolutely hilarious that they're trying to demonise diesel when diesel is essentially a byproduct of the refining process of crude oil. So to make petrol and every other plastic product that you make, you get diesel left over. So it needs using, Another thing that most people don't realise is...
Well, I mean, I'm sure there are ways to use it that wouldn't be so polluting. I mean, you say that it's just...
Of course there are. However, the thing... sorry to interrupt you, but the thing is that an older diesel vehicle that doesn't have all of these new so-called cleaner systems on them that make them produce less emissions actually are more efficient than the brand new diesel vehicles. For example, I've got a 13-year-old diesel car, and I get much more MPG out of that than a brand new diesel vehicle with the same size engine.
Really?
So essentially, the brand new diesels are actually using more fuel to give out less of the so-called toxic emissions, but all they're doing is producing less of the emissions that have been deemed and categorized as harmful and bad by the powers that be. So essentially, they're using more fuel to give less emissions. So,
Well, I was wondering about this because I don't have a giant engine, and as I was saying earlier on, you can put the number plate into the website of the Mayor of London to see if your car will pass.
If it passes the emission zones.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Mine doesn't, because it's 21 years old, and I think it's only because it's that age. But if I put this
is the point.
If I put and I tried doing this, so I just looked at second-hand car sales and copied the number plate from those cars and put it in to see if it worked. And I could double the size of my engine or more, and the car with twice the size of engine would pass, but mine doesn't.
Well, this is just it. I mean, for example, like if you have a 2-litre diesel engine that's 15 years old, it'll probably do something close to about 50 mpg. Now, a brand new diesel engine that's the same capacity, right? Because there are so many filters and restrictions on the exhaust system to make it release less so-called toxic stuff into the atmosphere, it actually makes the engine less efficient because it's making the engine not be able to work. Essentially, the combustion engine hasn't changed for 100 years.
Yeah.
So they're putting all these filters and stuff on that restricts them and therefore makes them less efficient. So it's the same capacity engine. You're putting the same fuel in the front, and the only reason why less toxic stuff is coming out the back is because they've got DPF filters that basically just collect up all of the horrible stuff.
Is that true?
So
No,
that
I mean,
when-
I find it hard to believe that new engines are not more efficient than old ones. I mean, what do you drive? How many miles
well,
per gallon
I do-
around town do you get?
Around town, probably about 35. On the motorway, 50. But I mean, you know, like I recently had a courtesy car, and I drive a diesel estate, which is a 2.2 litre. Right, I get 43 mpg combined across the board, no matter how I drive it. Okay, now I had a brand new Vauxhall Insignia, which is a 2 litre engine, diesel, and I was getting basically I got 500 miles. I get 500 miles to a tank to a 49 litre tank out of my car, and this Insignia had a 60 litre tank, and it only did 450 miles to a tank. However, the way that they measure the emissions is when it's at idle, they put a probe up the exhaust and measure what's coming out. Now, because of all the filters on the exhaust system, it collects up all the crap that's supposedly bad for the environment, and it doesn't release it until you're out on the motorway in the countryside, and then when you're and then it burns it all off. So it eventually does get dumped out of the car into the air. But it's just they're basically sneaking them past the emissions test because they know the emissions test happen when the car is switched on at idle.
Right,
Right?
this
So
is all
essentially,
very
whatever you put in the
confusing.
front-
Mark. It comes out the back.
Sorry,
yeah.
I'm getting too technical.
A little bit too technical, yeah.
essentially,
But
yeah.
I'm going to have to go, Mark, because my mind is spinning. Plus, it's also time.
Bring me well.
Yeah, you bet your life it is. 0345 6060 973. So Bernie Sanders is in the race, and he thinks that the current president's regime is characterised by aggression and lies. What do you think about that, Donny?
Like to punch him in the face.
It took ages to find that. Ages to find that. I was searching and searching and searching. Still, it was worth it in the end, eh?
No.
Alex says, rather than buying chlorinated chicken and hormone-pumped-up beef from the States, why do we simply do the obvious thing and simply not buy it? Well, Alex, it's because it simply won't be that easy. For a start, the Americans will insist on it not being labelled, and you don't have to label something if it just represents an ingredient in a larger number of ingredients. Although that ping food, you know, you put in the what do they call it? The microwave, and it goes ping when it's ready. It'll just be a list of ingredients. It won't say hideous chlorinated chicken covered in poop. It'll just say chicken. Plus, it will be cheaper on the shelves, so that means the consumer will select that product rather than the British product that's sitting next to it, which means that the British farmers, in order to compete, are going to have to reduce their standards as well, so it won't make any difference whether you buy the American or the British. It will be the same. So I hope that answers your question, Alex. This text says, my friend says that the Earth is flat, and his logic is that if we can sit in a helicopter and stand still, then we can reach Japan if the Earth is round and rotating. He has a point. Plus, if you jump really high, then I think the Earth is spinning at, what is it, like 40,000 miles an hour? You won't need to take the train to Birmingham. You'll just be able to get there just by simply jumping, and that is an actual fact. Dilwyn says, in addition to smelly diesel cars, 20-year-old cars smell too. In my case, it's a 32-year-old car, and it's not held together by tree sap. Well, mine's a 21-year-old car. So does that... I don't think it smells. Not really. Not very much. Not from the inside, anyway. Stephen says, I drive a 5-litre Ford Mustang. It's petrol, so is that okay, or am I still a bad person? Yes, Stephen, you are a bad person. But by driving a Ford Mustang in this country. East Grinstead. Yes, Will.
Oh, hang on a minute. Just take your phone. Hello.
Will.
Yes, hi. I think most petrol cars, even if they're quite old, are still okay on the low emission zone because of the particulates is so low on the petrol ones.
Well, I put maybe it just refuses initially if you just put your number plate in and it was made before 2005, and then maybe you have to apply. I should look it up, see what my emissions actually are.
Well, is yours petrol or diesel?
It's petrol.
Oh, okay. The other thing I wanted to say was, 3 years ago, I bought an electric vehicle for the first time.
Oh, yeah.
And the main reason behind that was I was sort of starting to get involved with a bit of local kind of environmental activism in terms of trying to stop them drilling for oil and fracking and all that sort of stuff, because I'd been kind of made aware of it by some of the people I know. And I thought it's really hypocritical to then turn up at one of these things in a oil-burning, smoke-belching buggy.
Yes, so you became an early adopter.
So I bought the cheapest thing I could find, pretty much. It was quite an old vehicle. It was a 2002 vehicle that I bought 3 years ago. So it was kind of getting on a bit, but still had a 40-mile range.
Yeah.
But I thought that was good enough. That would get me around locally and whatever. And I had it delivered on a truck because I bought it on the internet, and it turned up. I got in it and I drove it. I thought, actually, this is really nice. And it really surprised me. It's just so relaxing to drive because it's so quiet, and it costs so little to run, and there's pretty much no servicing to do on it because there's no exhaust system or fan belts or cam belts or.
Well, I think you are the only person I've ever spoken to that owns an electric car. So what about range anxiety?
Year on year, they seem to be getting better at making the batteries more dense, so for the same amount of space they occupy in the vehicle, you get more capacity in them, and you can buy several cars now that can do sort of 120, 130, 140 miles.
Yeah, if you've got...
I think give it another year, they'll be sort of, going towards the 200.
Well, I think you can already buy them that go 200 plus miles, but you have to have 50 grand or more at your disposal.
Elon Musk products.
Yeah, or I think Jaguars do 200 odd mile an hour. Who can afford one of those? So yours does 40 though. See, that would make me concerned.
Right, the one I bought 3 years ago would do 40 miles partly because of its age.
Now, does it decrease with age?
Certainly, when it's that old. I mean, it was 15 years old or something.
Yeah.
But what I did is I drove that for a year, and I kind of got so used to having a range of 40 miles and knowing what journeys I could do with it and what I couldn't do. And I even got caught out a couple of times and had to go, "Excuse me, mister, can I just run my extension lead up your driveway and plug into your house for 10 minutes so I can get home?"
For 10 minutes? I thought it was overnight. I thought it was 24 hours it took to recharge them, doesn't it?
No, there's two main methods of charging electric vehicles. One is just on the household, plug it into next to your toaster or next to your fridge in the garage or whatever, and that will take kind of 8 hours, 10 hours, depending on how big your battery is and depending on how flat it is when you plug it in, obviously. But the other thing is what they call a rapid charger, and they're these kind of big things you see in car parks now at motorway services and whatever. Quite a lot of Ecotricity ones, but there's some other brands coming online now.
But you have to... You can buy those for your own house, though, can't you?
You can't buy those. You can buy an in-between one that charges your car in about 3.5 to 4 hours, that sort of thing. It's kind of double the amount of power that you can get out of a normal household, square pin plug. But yeah, these are a completely different thing, and they have a totally different plug on them, and they are something around 50 kilowatts. And we'll charge the car up in sort of 25 minutes.
So what is it like? What's the difference in actual driving it? What's that like?
First of all, there are no gears. It's not even automatic. It's literally the motor is connected to the wheels, so there is one gear. Because of course, an electric motor can produce power from 0 RPMs upwards, whereas a petrol or diesel engine, if it drops below sort of 800, it stalls. So there's no need for any gears, and there's such a wide speed range that an electric motor can go through. There's just no need for gears. So and the acceleration is absolutely instant. I don't still have the same vehicle as I had 3 years ago, after a year, I'd saved up money and bought an almost new version of the same thing that had 100 miles of range.
Yeah.
It's actually a van. What I've got, I actually drive a van that's electric.
So what about overtaking? So say you're doing 30 and you put your foot down. What happens?
All your cargo would smash into the back door because they're so ridiculously quick.
Really?
It's just much, much quicker than a diesel version. It's just incredible.
So there's no lag? Because if I put my foot down in my car, then there is a slight pause and
absolutely none.
Very much happens.
Honestly, no. Instantaneous, absolutely. After you've driven around in one for a while and you get back into a combustion vehicle, you'll go, oh my goodness, what's wrong with it? Why isn't it going instantly?
You know what some people say about electric cars is they've got no personality. Did you feel that?
That's probably true, actually, because probably the only thing I miss about driving an internal combustion vehicle is it's got a kind of warmth to it, and what I mean by that is, by the process of burning fuel to get your power, it's actually throwing away 2/3 to 3/4 of that energy in waste heat. Now, of course, you can drive around with the heater on full blast in an internal combustion vehicle, and you're using what would be thrown away through the radiator into the atmosphere if you weren't using it to heat the cabin up. On an electric vehicle, it's converting 90-something% of the power into motive force and pushing you down the road. So there isn't any kind of leftover heat. And if you want to warm the interior of the car up, you've actually got to use some extra fuel to do that. You've got to use some of your mileage allowance, some of your range to do that. So that's the only thing I miss. You've got to be a bit careful about. You can't just leave the heater on and go, oh, it's lovely and toasty in here. If you've got to get somewhere and you're kind of at the limit of the mileage prediction of the vehicle, you've got to kind of put on an extra layer.
It seems as though we're on the cusp of something really big now. They haven't quite figured it out yet, but in short term, they will. Yeah.
I recommend to anyone, if you've got a spare hour or so and you're going past a dealer that has an electric model, go and take one for a test drive. It will absolutely open your eyes. They're so wonderful to drive. And obviously the road tax is free on them as well. You can obviously go into the ultra-low emission zone. You can park them free in many places now. In some places, for example, a supermarket near me, you go to their car park, you can charge your car for free, and you don't even need to press anything. You don't need to go into the shop. You don't need to do anything. It doesn't know who you are. You just rock straight up to the charger in the car park, plug it in, and get free juice. It's amazing.
Wow.
How are you?
Let's ask Graham. Graham, how are you?
Hiya, Nick. All right.
I'm
Very
good, thanks.
morning to you.
Yes, Graham.
I just want to...
Please speak directly into the phone.
I'm trying to, mate.
Graham, please try harder. I can barely hear you.
Yeah, can you hear me now at all?
No.
Oh, I'm not doing... Well, you said no.
Well, I know I did, yeah. And I felt foolish when I said it, yes.
Is that any better, mate?
It's a little bit better, yeah. Go ahead.
Right. Basically, I want to bring you up on the laws on working time directive for a lorry driver.
All right, then, go on.
Right, there's a thing called POA. Most lorry drivers you see on the road are doing 70, 60, 70. If they work a 6-shift, 80 hours a week. You're allowed to do 3 15 hours, and then the other 3 shifts have to be 13.
Oh, that's way too much. Don't you think that's too much?
It's what every company does, your Heady Stobarts or your big companies. They get away with it by a thing called period of availability, which means when you're stuck waiting to load, you put it on cross hammers, which means it gives you extra time, so that's a way around the 48-hour week. So most lorry drivers, I've been driving 27 years, and all of us, there's a big shortage of lorry drivers due to this. There's no social life. We've had a lot of labour from Poland to start off with, now Romania and other countries, and yeah.
What do you think about the possibility that artificial intelligence is going to come along and render all lorry drivers
not for 20, 30 years, mate.
Really?
Not for 20, 30 years. It's a long, long way off that.
Well, see, I'm not sure about that. I mean, can you remember how long ago it was before we had smartphones? It's only about 10 years. It's incredible how quickly things have changed.
Yeah, well, maybe it won't be with lorries. They're still developing lorries now. When the technology isn't there, it's not going to be for another 20 years at least. It's they're trialing, lorries now, and it's when you come to a junction or something, and you've got to pull out with a lorry. You can't even recognise a motorbike yet, so it's a long way off.
Well, I'm not so sure, but well, I guess we'll find out when we get there.
I look on the technical side. Believe me, I'm HGV mechanic as well, and it's
Well, what about those convoys where the only lorry that's actually being driven by a human being is the one in the front, and then they've got.
That's okay in a straight line on a motorway. You put them in the middle of London.
Right.
Yeah, you've got a 50-foot trailer behind you and 44 ton, and a car will pull out on you, or you've got a cyclist coming up the inside of you. Yeah, it's just, don't be deaf on the roads.
Right, okay, well, remember, Graham, it's always manoeuvre, signal, mirror. Remember that always.
Oh, I do, mate. I'm highly trained. That's one thing we are. Well, another thing we do in this country, another legislation from the EU, is called a CPC, Competence Certificate of Professional Competence.
Yes. Did you pass?
Well, you've got to do 35 hours over a 5-year period to get a card. Yeah.
35 hours over 5 years.
Yeah, 7 hours a year. Most companies will take you off. You'll go in a classroom for 7 hours and you'll do one part. You've got to complete 35 hours of this training in 5 years, and then you get a card. I've just got my card now done. It's just been issued to me to 2024.
So you are officially a competent person.
Yeah, but this is a lot of lorry drivers will tell you this. I can sit the same course 5 times.
Well, you mean you can fail it and keep sitting it over and over again?
No, I can do the same course. Let's say it's on a tachograph legislation or load security. I can sit that course 5 times, 7 hours equals your 35 hours training. So I can sit in the classroom this year, do the same course next year, the year after. I'll have heard it 5 times. But that means I've got 35 hours training.
Right. Well, as long as you have a certificate, does it also come with a card?
Yes, it comes with a certificate, a card, from the DVLA, and so but like I say, what's the point of sitting the same course?
Well, don't ask me, Graham. it's not my fault.
I listen to all this. Oh, the EU is good for you, as you can probably guess. I'm a Brexiteer. And it's just been diabolical for the haulage industry.
Well, I don't know. I mean, speaking as somebody who drives on the road, I think it's probably a good idea to restrict the number of hours that a person is sitting behind the wheel. I mean, that's just got to make sense. Now, whether the companies that you mentioned do or do not get around the rules, well, I don't know. I'm going to assume that they don't, and that they obey the rules in every way, shape and form. But whether some companies do, or some drivers do try to get around the rules, well, that's on them. That's got nothing to do with the actual rules themselves, which I think is probably a good idea. You don't want people falling asleep at the wheel. Anyway, Graham, I've got to go. Thanks for that. Mike says, my brother collects old cars. He once went to a car show in a hearse in Germany, and his mate laid in the back in a cardboard box that looked like a coffin and would pop his head out at the traffic lights. Well, that's just mean, Mike. Lawrence says, I'm a bit worried about your financial situation. I think you need to do more hours. Perhaps replacing Nigel Farage. Nigel Farage is doing an excellent work. He's a marquee name.
I'm a nutcase.
He says, as a listener, I'm happy to give you a referral if that helps. No, it doesn't help. And James says, is it a cunning plan of yours to hold on to your car long enough that it becomes an historical artefact of ancient significance, and then you can put it in a museum? It's not a classic, it's just old. And Jim says, Brexiteers want chlorine-washed chicken. You are what you eat. I don't know what that means. If you eat a chlorine-washed chicken, you are a chlorine-washed chicken. Covered in, you know what.
Disgusting.
Here is Croydon. Terry.
Hello.
Terry.
Right, yeah, I wanted to add to the climate change debate, if I may.
Go on.
The problem we've got is that in order to meet this IPCC report thing, the West has to reduce its CO2 emissions by 80%. If we continue as we are, even with all the agreements with Paris and everything else, we're going to crash into that 450 parts per million CO2 in the atmosphere in the 12 years, which is when it's thought that the climate will go just a little bit spare, and there'll be all sorts of things going on.
There will come a point when it becomes a chain reaction, and we won't be able to stop it. It'll be completely out of control. Yeah. Or so they say.
But yeah, that's it. No one's absolutely sure, but that seems to be the consensus at the moment. So currently, the world produces about 5.5, 6 tons of CO2 per person per year. That's across the globe, yeah? The West is producing 10, 15 in the States, Canada, places like that. Countries like China, 20 years ago, were producing under 2 tons of CO2 a year per person. Now, they're up to the same as Europe, so it's 8.5, getting on for ticket, will be up to 10 tons fairly soon.
Yeah, well, bound to. There's a lot of them.
Yeah, that's right, and they're getting richer. And now India is interesting, and that was mentioned as being the problem. Well, the problem is the Indian subcontinent, it doesn't produce 2 tons of CO2 per year per person, but it's in the position where China was 20 years ago. So in the next 10 to 15 years, their per capita output's going to quadruple probably, you know.
Yeah, so you're saying that I don't know what you're saying. Are you saying that we don't need to do anything because everybody else is going to be polluting anyway?
No, not at all. I'm saying that if we want to do something, we've got to do something, and it's got to be fairly drastic.
Yes, exactly.
The problem is,
so we're not going to do anything because nobody was prepared to do anything drastic.
Well, that's right. I mean, there's a lot of, this is true, everybody else is deniers, and all that sort of talk is going on. However, people are still happy to buy new cars.
Yeah.
If you buy a new car, you're pumping 15 tons of CO2 minimum into the atmosphere from just the production. And if it's a big car, like a 4-wheel drive, it could be 50 tons. And that's just straight off. And then there's the amount of water it uses as well. So if governments really want to do something, you've got to do things like, you can't change your car every 4 years.
See, I'm doing my bits to save the environment. I haven't changed my car in 19 years.
No, that's right. Yeah, and that would have to start to be the norm. And other things that would be simple to do is bottled water. How crazy! That
is absolute madness. I don't buy it anymore. I don't, on the very seldom occasions that I save up enough Tesco points to get myself a free pizza. I don't order bottled water in a restaurant. I have tap water, please.
Yeah, and that's it. But the problem is that people are not really willing to amend their lifestyles. I don't think
exactly
in order to do that. So essentially, we are all doomed.
Well, you're precisely right. Yes, our politicians won't do anything because they know we don't. We want something to be done. It's just that we don't want whatever is done to affect us personally.
That's right. Yeah, how would it go down in Bavaria if the German government said, "Well, actually, we're going to halve or drop by a third car production"?
Yeah, essentially, our entire way of life is unsustainable, and it's not just cars, and it's not just the pollution that they create, and it's not necessarily the pollution that is created in the dirty fingernail manufacturing jobs, but just clothes. How insane is our fashion business? It's just completely off the scale mad. The thing that you just bought, the manufacturers are telling you, is out of date the moment you get it out of the bag when you take it home, and you've got to go and buy another one because here's an advert that says your life is not complete unless you've got this thing. So you must throw the one that you just bought away and buy a new one, and that's what people do. Fast fashion has got to be the most polluting and resource wasting industry in the world.
That's right. Choice is very wasteful. If you visit countries that aren't so well developed, you'd only get one type of lard, like in the supermarket. Or, one type of. If you go, I went to Moscow many years ago, and there's going to be a lot of lard, but only one type. You wouldn't have the choice. And the Waitrose queue,
Is there more than one type of lard? I haven't really looked.
You get designer lard.
Do you?
Used to get dripping, which was in that nice cylindrical pack, and had a bull on the front. Yeah.
Designer lard. Really? Did Karl Lagerfeld ever design any lard?
Or lager? No, he was a lager.
Karl Lagerfeld. Okay, and on that note, Terry, Tony in Windsor says, what's wrong with chlorinated washed chicken? It kills the salmonella bacteria on it. We all swim in chlorinated water in our swimming pools without any problems. Yeah, but you don't drink it, do you? Chesterfield. Hello, John.
Hello, Nick, how you doing?
Good, thanks.
Good. You last but one caller. I'd like to pull him up on a few points.
Which one was that?
The lorry driver.
Oh, yeah.
He says, if you're going to, you go to a depot and you're going to be stood there some time, you put it on POA and they get round the waiting time. The POA, you put it on cross hammers. You don't. You put it cross hammers, it's other work. That counts towards your working time. Your POA is a square box. And you can only put it on POA if you know in advance how long you'll be sat for.
What's POA?
Periods of availability.
Right, and what does that mean? That means you're not driving, you're waiting to drive.
Yeah, you're able to work, but you're not actually doing any work.
So can you be POA if you're sitting at home with your feet up watching the telly?
No, that's rest.
That's rest, okay.
That'll be that's all, sir.
So to be POA, that means you have to actually be sitting in your lorry.
Sit in your lorry, and you must know in advance how long you're going to be sat there waiting to get. Say, I'm going to a place now. I know I'm not due there till 4:30. If I get there at 3 o'clock, I can put it on POA.
Right, but you could actually be asleep in your lorry.
Yeah, I could put it on rest. It's when you're sat waiting to do something, you know exactly how long you're going to be, so you can use POA. It's just another way of getting around things. It's just.
Well, I mean, if you're actually asleep, then you're not really in charge of a moving vehicle, are you? I mean, that seems okay to me, doesn't it?
It's right.
Yeah.
But he did mention you can work 3:15 and 3:13 hours a week. Who wants to? I don't want to be doing that many hours.
No.
I'll be doing it 29 years, 30 years this year.
I mean, how long can you actually drive before you start feeling sleepy? Because for me, it's about an hour.
No, we're allowed to drive 4.5 hours without a break.
Yeah, but allowed is one thing. But how do you feel comfortable driving that long?
Yeah, do it regular.
All right.
It's what you get used to. Because
I just start to drift off. I mean, especially if it's motorway driving, because it's just so boring.
I just think we go on at 56 mile an hour.
I drive at 56 mile an hour. I just pick a lorry and just sit behind it because it's just so much more relaxing to do. I mean, as long as I don't actually fall asleep, it's all right. Because the crashes come when you change lanes.
Yeah,
and you just start freaking out, and it just becomes tense. And no, forget that. Just pick a lorry, sit behind it, and do 55 miles an hour, and turn the stereo up, and relax.
Groovy. Yeah, definitely.
Plus, it's cheaper.
Oh yeah, same fuel.
Yeah, exactly. Because the lorry in front will blast the air aside, and you will slice right through it. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct. Yeah.
That's science, that is. All right, thanks a lot, John. Cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. This text says, the only problem with electric cars is you can't hear them coming. So watch the accident rates go up because people are too busy looking at their mobile phones and not for cars that are so quiet. Yeah, I've heard that argument as well, and that same argument is translated to people saying that electric cars, should have a noise generator. To which I say no. And furthermore...
No.
No, that's the whole point. Well, it's not the whole point, but it's part of the point about electric cars. They don't make a noise. I mean, wouldn't it be fantastic not to have so much bloomin' traffic noise? Even if you go to in the middle of the countryside. On a beautiful summer's day, you go to the middle of the countryside. It's almost impossible to get away from traffic noise. It's almost impossible not to hear traffic somewhere. Now, I know that most of the noise, or much of it anyway, is the tyres on tarmac, but the engines make a significant amount of racket. It would be great if we could just remove all that, wouldn't it? It'd be marvellous. But not if people insist that electric cars make a noise because people who aren't paying attention might get run over. I mean, why don't we... If that argument makes sense, then Rolls-Royces should have klaxons fitted to the front of them, because you can't hear them coming either. I bet you can't hear Steve Allen's Bentley coming. Jim says, what's Graham the lorry driver talking about? The technology is 30 years off. Now, I don't know whether that is a question mark or... The technology is 30 years off. We can invent technology overnight, like the technology for the Irish border, which is just about to be invented and trialled in the next 26 days. The capitulation of the hard right wing of the Tory party to step into line behind Theresa May is just comical. All Theresa May had to do was to just keep plugging away at the same old thing, just keep saying, basically, it's my way or no way. And they all capitulated in the end. It's just comical. It really is. All those Tory hard men who said no, are now saying, oh well, all right then. Weak. Boston, Massachusetts. Hello, Matt.
Hello, Nick.
Matt.
So yeah, I'm a Brit that's living over here. I've lived in California. I've been around the US, and the thing that I don't get, I keep hearing, I listen to LBC about this free trade deal that's coming. I just don't understand how it's really going to work, because groceries here are ridiculously expensive, like everywhere. So this idea that they're going to come and undercut the producers, which are providing the UK their own, I don't see how that's going to work out.
Groceries in America are expensive?
Oh, Nick, I've got examples, right? Like, either they're ripping off all Americans and somehow they can claim money back shipping it over the Atlantic, or the costs are going to be huge, given that the UK VAT is higher than sales tax here. So, like, an example, like bell peppers, this is like my real point of contention. The cheapest I found in a kind of mid-tier supermarket, about the same as a Morrison's or whatever, is $1.99 each plus tax. If you want organic ones, it's $2.99 each plus tax. And like, I cannot find them cheaper than this. I'm used to getting 3 in a bag for about £1, right? You got those like 90p box of mushrooms back home, or like £1 box.
Are you sure you're not shopping in Are you sure you're not shopping in Whole Foods?
No. When I was living in California, I used to shop in Whole Foods with much better salary, but that's like 1.5, 3 times the baseline prices. But even then, the kind of quality was roughly about the same as I had at Sainsbury's back home. It's ridiculous. I mean, like Whole Foods, you're paying like $7 for a drink of like kombucha or something. It's just ridiculous. Everything here is stupidly expensive. Like cheese is another thing that has become a luxury. I love cheese, but you know, if you define cheese as actually having something that came from a cow in it somewhere, then it's basically priced like gold, right? Like,
I find that hard to believe.
Oh man, I tell you what, hell is trying to find cheap smoked paprika in the US. That stuff is like 8 to 10 times the price by weight as it is back home. Bread is also insane, right? You can get a $2 loaf, which is like, I don't know, some flour sponge filled with high fructose corn syrup.
Yeah.
As soon as you get anything that will actually grow mold on it at some point in the future, that's like $5-7 a loaf.
No
right?
way. I don't believe that.
Wait, I'm not. Check it out. What I find interesting is when you go on like a lot of the websites, because send this stuff to people back home on WhatsApp, is a lot of the food will say, check price in store. And that's a problem. So I just, like, casually take photos of stuff and send it to my mates. It's like, oh, look, there's a bell pepper in Star Market, which is, like, in Boston. It seems to be, like, a mid-range, whatever, low to mid-range, about what I'd say Morrison's is back home. Honest to God, $2.99 a pepper. And I cannot find it cheaper than $1.99 a pepper. Like, Whole Foods is the one that's close to me. I go further away. I go up into Boston, go to Star Market and Roche Road, and I have to go between them just to get kind of, like, decent deals. Honestly, I feel like it's just crazy. And at these prices, like, if they're actually going to put this on the UK shelves, why would anyone pay that money for it? Like, the only thing that I can see which is price roughly equivalent is, ironically, chicken. Like, you can get a whole chicken for like $7 to $9 or something like that.
What?
I'm sorry to say, I've eaten them. And
$79 for a chicken?
No. 7 to 9.
Oh.
Kind of like, you know, if you want the really kind of like scraping the bottom of the barrel or whatever. But, you know, that's like $7 is about the price of a block of butter. Like $5.99.
Well, it's
butter, right?
Okay. Well, I'll have to take your word for it. I find that rather surprising. But I was looking at a map of America, and they'd carved it up into states and put the average wage of the workers in those states. And as you'd expect, the two coasts were the places where people earned the most. I mean, there were a couple of pockets in the middle where people were earning, more or less. But the amount that even the poorest states were earning seems significantly more than we earn in this country. So maybe it's just a factor of Americans earn more than we do.
So then there's my question: is it going to be a lot cheaper based on conversion when it comes to the UK?
I've got no idea. Are you being paid in pounds, Matt?
No, thank God.
Okay.
No, we're not getting paid in pounds and haven't been in for a while, so that's pretty good. Yeah, but that's the point. It's like when they take it over the Atlantic, you know, it's roughly, I guess, $10 is probably about like £8 at the moment. And I mean, in the future, maybe it's like $10 will be £50. I don't know, but like it's the case that these producers are still going to get being paid in dollars, right? So I can't understand how they're going to undercut the prices on the UK shelf, especially when I'm talking pre-tax prices here, and the tax itself is lower here anyway, so it just has to be more expensive, right?
Well, but I don't know. I'm receiving this information with a quizzical look on my... You can't see me because it's radio, but I'm surprised. But I'll have to take your word for it. Thanks, Matt. 0345 6060 973. William says, I'm listening to you now in California while driving my electric Chevy Bolt, 240 to 300 mile range, depending on how efficiently I drive. It's quiet, and I don't get angry when I'm stuck in traffic because I use less electricity. Huh. Deck says, I was driving on the Autobahn between Munich and Vienna. I was driving at about 140 kilometres per hour in the fast lane. From out of nowhere, there was a Tesla tailgating me. I pulled into the middle lane to let him pass. Once he passed, he disappeared. They're so fast, you wouldn't believe it. It was amazing. Definitely got my interest into buying electric. But yeah, me too. If I win the lottery, then I'll see you at the dealership. I checked my numbers the other day. I can't believe it. I'm so stupid. I keep picking the wrong numbers. It's almost like we're running late. Tony and Barry says the good news is if you keep your car for a few more years, you won't have to pay for an MOT, as it will be a classic. Really? How many more years? My car's 21 years old. How many years do I have to keep it until it's considered a classic? What if it's not? What if it's just a rubbish old car? Does any old car become a classic if it gets old enough? Graham says, why are people buying such whacking great cars these days? The function of a car is to get from A to B. That's all. Posers driving round in cars they don't own, which are the size of tanks, are a ruddy nuisance, says Graham. I completely agree. Completely correct in every respect. They are a blooming nuisance. But they don't fit in parking spaces for a start. The amount of times I've had to bend myself into pretzel shapes trying to get in my car because some moron has parked so close that you can barely open the door. Let's have a call in Birmingham. Hello, Loxley.
Oh, hello.
Yes, sir.
I think it's bad that when there's good points and there's bad points to the American pricing system. Like, for example, there's a ginger drink over here which you can buy from Asda. Oh, I've said the name, sorry. For £3.15. I didn't mean to.
Yeah.
For £3.15, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But then if you try to buy that same drink in America, it costs $27.
$27?
And that's just a cordial drink. But in America, you can earn fantastically huge amounts of money.
Yeah.
Whereas here, if you're earning 70 grand a year, you're in the top whatever. But in America, that's like, you could just be a manager and getting that.
It is quite surprising what the average wage in even the poor states in America are. I couldn't believe my eyes, really. They get significantly more in the States than we do here. And my feeling, I mean, it's a good long while since I was in America, right enough, but I thought that everything was cheaper there. I mean, so cheap that they're practically giving it away, particularly when I went to the States first, but then that was back in 78 when you could get $3 to the pound and everything seemed like it was free.
No, there are some things which are definitely like petrol, for example.
Yeah.
I think over here it's like £1.50 a litre, whereas over there, if it gets to $2 a litre, $2 a gallon, they're like up in arms.
Freaking out, yeah.
Yeah, and that's like 4 litres to 1 gallon.
Well, at that price, I'd consider running my car on ginger cordial. For $27 a bottle, you'd need to put a bottle of tequila in it for me, Loxley.
Yeah, no, but then they don't have things like pot noodle and super noodles.
They don't have pot noodles in America.
You don't. Well, I've never seen a super noodle over there. Definitely not. What they call noodles is some kind of ramen thing, and it's different. And also, you've got to be really careful when you buy like burgers. If you buy them from like a garage or something like that, if you read the packet, it will actually say, and I took a picture of this, it says genetically engineered meat.
That sounds yummy.
and that's in a beef burger, so it's like...
Well, I think the lesson that we've learned here, Loxley, is don't buy beef burgers in a garage.
That's right.
Yeah, okay. Thanks for the advice. 0345 6060 973. Let's have Reading. Hello, Matt.
Hi, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Hi. We're going to have to fall out today, I'm afraid. We never fall out, you and I. But
I haven't said something stupid again, have I?
Yes.
I keep doing this.
We're talking about electric cars and sound generators.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you remember, but I'm blind.
Right.
I have told you this before.
Okay.
And for me, the sound generator is going to be absolutely vital. I know you mentioned Rolls-Royce, that you can't hear them coming.
Yeah.
How often have I been stood waiting to cross the road and been passed by a Rolls-Royce, silver?
Well, you don't know though, do you? Do you?
No, all right, fair enough. I don't know. No, but the chances are very slim. Whereas if we end up with all electric cars on the road,
yeah,
every car is a potential catastrophe for someone like me who can't see them. So
I understand that, but what about cyclists? I mean, people do get killed by colliding with cyclists.
Yeah, and it can happen. But again, compared to the number of cars on the road, cyclists aren't that big of a statistical problem, if you see what I mean. But if every single car is electric, I mean, maybe it could work. I understand what you're saying. It would be nice if things were quieter. And I wonder if maybe one solution for that is that the noise generator only happens when the car's speed drops below slipstream, or cars you don't really hear the engine when a car's going at a certain speed. You hear the air rushing over the surface of the car.
Yeah, and the tyre noise.
Yeah, that's right. So when the car's slowing down, to a junction or a road crossing or whatever, maybe when the car's speed drops below, say, 20 miles an hour, that's when the noise generator would kick in, because that's when it matters most.
Yeah. No, well, I guess that makes sense. I mean, if it's just tootling around town, then maybe some sort of I don't know, an ambient noise.
The thing is, though, Nick,
people should be able to choose the noise that their car makes. Like I would, I would go out and maybe have Peter Frampton play,
Rock and roll!
or maybe something by Joe Walsh, something like that.
But the thing is, the car manufacturers, though, Honda and all of these and the different companies, they would actually be able to, design the, when you slam your car door.
Yeah.
I didn't know this, but it's actually true. They design the car doors to have a particular clunk.
Oh, yeah. Well, the indicator store, that tick-tock, 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 but they spend hundreds of millions of pounds making the perfect
the right
tick-tock. Yeah.
Yeah, and the right horn and things. And it, and it just occurred to me that actually it could be a really good thing for these companies. They have to come up with the perfect noise generator.
Exactly, their signature...
They sound.
Exactly, their signature sound.
And then we can sit in the back munching chlorinated chicken sandwiches.
That sounds like that sounds like a date. Yeah, I think if my car made a signature sound, it would sound like this.
Is that the springs creaking?
There's something that squeaks on that car. I've got no idea what it is, but it's very, very annoying. I'll add it to the very large list of things that are annoying about my car. Chief among which is it's going to cost me £12.50 to drive into London pretty soon.
You need to change it.
Well, wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah, it would be. But at least one thing I don't have to worry about as a blind person is ever paying congestion charges.
No, well,
don't
quite.
drive.
Yes. All right, thanks a lot, Matt. Cheers, mate. Ta-da. 0345 6060 973. Well, I've already got the sound that a Rolls Royce could make. just to annoy the proles. Paul says the only thing holding Jacob Rees-Mogg upright is the starch in his clothes. I knew that Mrs. M could snap him in two like a swizzle stick. Where's the backbone there, Jacob Rees-Mogg and his erg contemporaries? No, they said. Hell no, we won't go. And Mrs. M, all she had to do was to dig her kitten heels in, and eventually they came around. They capitulated. Very weak. Pathetic, in fact. I wonder if Uncle Nigel's still going to go on his march. It's a long way. It's like 13 miles a day. There's no way Nigel Farage is going to be marching 13 miles a day. I don't believe it. He's going to get a cab, isn't he?